If you guys need some tier tray inspiration, this video is for you. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. If you guys are new here, my name's Liz, and for today's video, this is a mashup of a whole bunch of tier tray videos, all put together, all in one long mega video that I know so many people love. So if you guys need some tier tray inspiration, I'm going to start out from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, going from Valentine's Day all the way through Christmas, of all sorts of different tier trays that you can make for each season. These are going to be DIYs to decorate your tier tray for. Not to get confused for making your own actual tier trays. The tier trays that I get are from Hobby Lobby. If you buy them when they're on sale, they're only about $25, which I think is a pretty great deal. But anyways, these are going to be all kind of like mini DIYs that you can use to put on your tier trays. You may have seen these in the past because these are from previous videos that I have put up before. I've just mushed them all together, put them all in one ginormous 4-hour plus long video that I wanted to share with you guys. Have them all in one spot. A couple PSAs for this video. If you hear me talk about links to anything in my description box, make sure that you're looking in the description box and you find the original video link. All the links will be in the original videos. Also, I tried to make any kind of like repetitive information minimal. These are all from past videos, so information can be repetitive. I tried to take out as much of that as I possibly could. So if there is any repetitive information, just ignore it. And then if you are looking for any of my tier tray craft kits, because I know a lot of people have been asking for lemon and honey. If you didn't know, I already did those last year. I will have all of my tier tray kits that correlate with these tier tray linked in my description box if you guys are wanting to look for those. And I think that's it. I don't think there are any other things to go over. No more business items. I think that's it. So without further ado, I hope that you enjoy this super long tier tray inspiration DIY video. Let's get started. I grabbed this little mini envelope that I picked up from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to start by using my heat gun to heat up that glue that had that bow attached. I'm going to remove the bow, remove the twine, and then I'm going to use this heirloom white matte spray paint, and I just gave it a good couple of coats. Once that's dry, I'm just going to take a cloth and some Waverly Wax and Antique. I'm going to dip it into my wax, dab it off, and then just start doing dabbing motions all over the envelope. I wanted to make it look a little bit more worn, add a little bit more texture to it so it wasn't just so flat. And I just did that over the entire thing, besides the back portion on the front. I'll show you what I'm going to do with that in just a second. So I'm going to take some of this scrapbook paper that you can actually now get from my website, moredecalanddecor.com. You can get a 12 by 12 sheet of this scrapbook paper, which I think is super cute. And all I'm going to do is measure it to fit down inside of my envelope so that it is the back portion of the envelope, if that makes sense. I just think this is super adorable. And then I grabbed these foam roses also from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to take those and hot glue them inside of my envelope. And then for a little finishing touch, I'm going to take some ribbon and I'm just going to wrap that around my envelope. I'm going to hot glue it together in the back, and then I'm also going to take more of that same ribbon and I'm just going to make a simple bow with it, just a simple shoelace type bow, taking 2 loops and tying them together. And then I'm just going to hot glue that on the very middle, and that is it for this DIY. For this next one, I'm going to take one of these tag signs from the Dollar Tree. This one was obviously from Christmas, but they do have some Valentine's Day ones out as well. I'm going to flip it onto its back, and then I just gave it 2 good coats of my Waverly chalk paint in white. Now I'm going to add a little bit of distressing just by taking some sandpaper and going along all of the edges, making it kind of a brown border around the tag. And then I am going to be using a Chalkator transfer on this, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't have any bleeding or any issues. So I'm just going to take some clear wax, add that to my tag, and then I just took a cloth and rubbed that all in. I'm going to let that completely dry, and then I'm going to go in with my Chalkator transfer. This is the Valentine's Kisses one, which I think is super adorable. I'm going to put that on, and I'm going to use my Peachy Keen chalk paste to add that to my tag sign. And then I am just going to repeat those steps with all 3 of these little pieces. So the kisses, I'm going to use the color Storm, I believe is what it's called. And then for the lips, I'm going to use the shimmer red color as well. And I just think this looks so cute together, especially with all these colors. I think that they are absolutely adorable. If you ever want to check Chalkator out, I always have them linked in my description box. I am a designer with them, and I honestly could not be more obsessed. So that link is in the description box if you're ever curious. So I'm just going to take some twine, loop it through the hole at the top, tie a double knot, and then I did take 3 smaller wood beads, add that to my twine, add another double knot, and then I'm just going to make a small tassel to go on the end. So I'm just going to take some twine, I wrap it around 3 of my fingers, probably about 10 times, and then I am going to take that twine that's already hooked to my tag, loop it through it, and tie a double knot so that attaches your loops to the end of your tag. And then I'll just take another piece of twine, wrap it around the middle of my tassel, tie a double knot, do a couple more wraps around it, tie another double knot, and then you're just going to cut the ends, make them all nice and even with a little haircut, and that's all you got to do. Hopefully I'm explaining that well. You can obviously see what I'm doing here. It's really easy if you know how to make a tassel, no problem. And that is it for this DIY. I think this one turned out super adorable. Now for the next couple of DIYs, these are actually a part of my Valentine's collection with my tiered tray craft kits over on my website, moredecalanddecor.com. I just released these on the 1st of January. You can go over to my website and snag these up. It comes in a 9-piece tiered tray kit with all sorts of fun different Valentine's Day pieces for you to decorate your tiered trays with. We also just released a subscription kit. Every month you get a new craft kit in there and an exclusive paper pack that I put together myself. So if you're interested, I'll leave my website linked in my description box. But this is one of my favorite ones from the collection. I love my gnomes. If you've been on my website, I have a ton of different gnomes on there. But this guy is so stinking cute. So I wanted to show you how I painted him and put him together. I just painted the entire beard and the back portion of his hat white. I painted his hat red, and then he also has some hands that are holding a heart. I'm just using my Waverly chalk paint and ballet slipper for the heart. And then I just used a paint pen to paint his little shoes on. For the smaller details, I like to use paint pens. It just gives me a little bit more control if you're ever looking for some good paint pens. I personally like using the Arteza ones, and I get those just off Amazon. And then I also use just gel super glue to attach all my pieces together. So I'll just attach his hat on there, add his nose, add his hands, and that is it for my little Valentine's gnome guy. I think he is just super stinking cute. And then for this next one, how adorable is this kissing booth? I have a ton of different themed booths through my craft kits, and I knew I had to do a kissing booth for Valentine's Day, so here it is. All I'm going to do is take some white chalk paint and I dilute it in a ton of water, kind of making just a white stain. I am just going to lightly go over all the words, and I did probably about 2 coats of this over the entire backing of the kissing booth. And then to make those engraved words pop a little bit more, since I did just put a bunch of white paint over it, kind of masks those words, makes it a little hard to see. I'm just going to take a little marker and go over the engraved words so that those pop off from the white paint. Now you're going to get 4 banner pieces, and I'm just taking my Waverly chalk paint and steel, and I'm going to paint all 4 of my little banners in that color. And then you're going to get 2 little lip cutouts. I just used some red chalk paint for those. I used my Waverly chalk paint and ballet slipper to paint all 3 of those hearts. And then again, I'm just using some gel super glue to adhere all of my pieces together. You'll also get a little piece of twine that you can use to string your banner up onto your kissing booth. And I just string the ends through the holes on the back of the kissing booth. And I just tie a couple double knots to make it so that the twine won't come through. And that's all you got to do for the kissing booth. Look how super cute this is. There's so many different ways that you guys can finish it. Paint it to match your Valentine's decor. However you like. I just am obsessed with this piece. Now, you know, if you watch my tier tray videos, I have to have a garland for my tier trays. So this one is my love letter envelope garland. I just think that this one is so much fun. So you're going to get an envelope with a little heart as well. I'm going to do the same thing with my white chalk paint, mix it with some water and paint over my envelope. Now, again, with those engraved lines, I've gotten some questions with people saying that when they paint them, the paint gets in them, and how do I make them come back? I like using some sort of pointed object. You could use a sewing needle. I had my Cricut weeding tool right next to me, so that's what I use. I just go through all the engraved lines and kind of scrape the paint out, and that is going to make your engraved lines show up a lot better than just painting over them. It just makes them come back to life with just taking a pointed object and going through them and scraping that paint out. And then I'm going to take my Waverly chalk paint in ballet slipper again, and I'm going to use that to paint my heart. Now you will get 27 wooden beads for your DIY project. This time I'm just using 20. Like I said, you'll get 27. I decided to use 20 for mine, and I am doing it in 2 sets. 2 sets of 10. One will be painted in steel from Waverly chalk paint, and the other one will be painted in ballet slipper. Next, I'm just going to adhere my heart to my envelope using some gel super glue. I'm going to take my twine, which you will also get in your kit, and I'm just going to tie it around the envelope, and then I'm just going to start stringing my beads on, just making a pattern between the gray and the pink. Now I'm going to make another tassel for the other end of my garland, and I'm just going to take the twine, wrap it around my hand probably about 15 times, and then I'm just going to loop that around the string that's already on the garland and tie the loops to my garland. Then I'm going to take another piece of twine, I'm going to wrap it around my loops, tie a double knot, and then I'll just wrap it around probably, 5 to 10 times around the top portion of my tassel. I'll tie another double knot, and then I'm just going to cut off the bottom loops and even them out by cutting the bottom off. And that's all you got to do for this garland. Look how cute this turned out. I love this for Valentine's Day. I love the little love letter and the pink and the gray. I'm loving those colors for Valentine's Day. So that is how you make my Valentine's garland from my craft kits on my website. For this DIY, I grabbed this little mini chalkboard stand from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to use my Waverly Wax and Antique to act as a stain for this project. I just rub it all on with a paintbrush, and then I just use a cloth to wipe off the excess. And then I'm going to take these heart table scatter pieces that I also got from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to start hot gluing them to my chalkboard. That is all you're going to do for this one. I did 4 rows of 3 with these hearts, just used my hot glue and hot glued these all to the chalkboard.
It's really as simple and easy as that. And I just think that this makes a really fun, simple piece. Nothing too crazy, takes zero skill. If I can do it, I promise you guys can do it. And that is it for this DIY. For this DIY, I grabbed these, what I'm assuming are salt and pepper shakers from the Dollar Tree. I just thought these were adorable. I'm going to remove the lids, and then I'm also going to take this shredded paper that I believe I found at the Dollar Tree last year. And I'm just going to start by taking some of that out, putting it inside the bottom of each of these little mugs is what I'm going to call them. And then I have these acrylic gems that also came from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to put some of those in there as well. Now, I think these pieces are really fun as just kind of filler pieces. You make these big signs to go on your tier tray. You need kind of something to fill in some empty spaces, and I think these are the perfect way to do it. So I'm just going to do the exact same thing with both of these, add those little gem pieces, and then I'm going to take some red ribbon. I'm going to hot glue it around the top portion of each jar. And then I have these DIY pins that also came from the Dollar Tree. I just popped off the little clothespins off the back, and then I'm going to hot glue those to the front of each jar. That's all you got to do for this DIY. Really, really simple, and I love the sparkliness of the gems and the red for Valentines. I thought these turned out really cute. For this one, I found this galvanized sign at the Dollar Tree. If you flip it over, it is completely blank, and that's what we're going to use. I'm going to take my February 14th Chocateur transfer that I just got and really wanted to use. I thought it was so cute, so I'm just going to fuzz the back, and then I will try to center it as best as I can on that sign. I'm going to take my chalk paste in Peachy Keen, and I'm going to go over the entire sign with that chalk paste. And that's all you got to do for this one. Super, super easy, really, really quick. This makes for a really fast 5-minute craft, and you can wash the transfer to use again for a different project. And that's it. Pull up your transfer, and you have this really cute February 14th sign. For this DIY, I'm going to grab one of our ladder wood cutouts that we have on our website. These are perfect for tiered trays, the perfect size, and I'm just going to start by staining it using my Waverly Wax in Antique. Next, I'm going to grab some of this sparkly berry garland. I want to say that I got it from Hobby Lobby, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure you can grab some from the Dollar Tree as well. But I just took a paint bottle and I just started wrapping the garland around it, probably about a good 5 times. And then once I have it wrapped around as many times as I want, I'm just going to cut that off. And that extra little piece hanging off, I'm just going to use that to wrap around the entire wreath so that it all stays in place. Next, I'm going to take some red ribbon. I'm going to loop that through the wreath, and then I'll also loop it around the ladder, and I'll hot glue the ribbon together so that stays in place. I'm going to make a simple shoelace bow using that exact same ribbon, and I'm going to hot glue that to the top of my wreath. And then I have these little greenery pieces that I'm just going to cut into a couple smaller pieces and hot glue behind each side of my bow. Give it that extra touch of color, and that is it for this DIY. For this project, you are going to take 2 tumbling tower pieces from the Dollar Tree, and you are going to drill a small hole on one side of each of them, and then you're just going to hot glue those 2 pieces together. I'm going to take my Waverly Wax in Antique, use it as a stain, and stain that entire thing. Next, I'm going to take some of this greenery garland that I believe I got from Hobby Lobby. I'm just going to measure a small section out, and then I'm going to push each end through those holes on my tumbling tower pieces. I just took a pair of pliers to kind of smush them down to the block so that they wouldn't fall through the holes again. Next, I'm going to take some of these paper flowers that I also got from Hobby Lobby. I ended up using 2, and I just hot glue them to the sides of my little garland. And then I also grabbed some of these hearts from Hobby Lobby. I know you can get some at the Dollar Tree, but those ones were a little bit deformed and weren't so heart looking. And I just took 2 of those, hot glued them together, took an excess piece of that greenery garland and used those to kind of tie those onto the sides of the greenery. And you're just going to make this really cute little swing that you can use to hang from your tier tray and have the hearts at the bottom. I think this turned out really cute and perfect for Valentine's Day. For this DIY, I'm going to grab one of these wooden trucks that you can pick up from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to paint this with some red paint from Dixie Belle. I believe it's the barn red color. And then you'll see some popsicle sticks here. Just completely ignore those. I ended up not needing them. I used them, but they weren't of use for what I was wanting to do with them. So I'm just going to paint my entire truck in this red color. You want to make sure that you paint the inside of the back piece as well, because you will be able to see that when your truck is on your tier tray. Next, I'm going to take these Valentine's Day Chocateur minis. I'm going to take this one with these striped hearts on it, just with my white chalk paste. And I'm just going to paste those little hearts onto the front of my truck. And I just thought this added a cute little detail to the truck. Next, I'm going to take these white foam flowers from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to start hot gluing these to my truck. I believe I used about 5 of them, and I just hot glue them together and to the truck to kind of keep them all secure. And then to finish it off and add a little bit extra color there, I'm going to take some of this greenery, cut them down into smaller pieces, and then I just stick them in between the flowers. And that's it for this DIY. I think this turned out absolutely adorable, and I love the truck full of roses. I think it is super cute. For this DIY, I'm going to take one of these hearts that you can find at the Dollar Tree. I'm going to take my Waverly chalk paint in Ballet Slipper, and I'm going to give this entire thing one good coat. Now I'm going to take some twine, and I just wrapped it around my heart about 4 or 5 times, just trying to see how much twine that I wanted to use. I'm also going to use these really small wooden beads. I take 3 of them for one side, 3 of them for the other. You'll kind of see what I do here in a minute, but I'm going to take those beads, put it on the twine, and then start wrapping my twine around the heart. And then I will add the other 3 beads to the twine and then continue wrapping the twine around the heart. I'm just going to use some hot glue to secure the twine in place on the back. I'm just going to wrap the twine around the heart. It doesn't have to be perfect or in a line. I kind of crossed the twine over on some places and then just secured the end piece with some hot glue on the back. I'm going to take some of these flower DIY pins from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to take a red one and remove the clothespin off the back. And then I'm just going to hot glue that to the middle of my twine. And that is it for this one. You're going to take one of these wooden bunnies that you can get from the Dollar Tree in a pack of 8. I'm just going to fill in that hole at the top using some spackle from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to take my Waverly Antique Wax and Antique Wax and Antique. And I'm going to take 2 tumbling tower pieces and I'm going to use the wax as a stain for those 2 tumbling tower pieces. I'm going to take my Waverly chalk paint and plaster and I am going to paint the bunny in this color. I made sure that I sanded down where the spackle was so everything was nice and smooth for the paint to go over. After I've done that, I'm going to take these transfers that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I know they can be super hard to find, but keep on looking because I feel like a lot more people have been being able to find them lately. And for me, I had to like dig through the back of all the stickers. They were in the very back, so I was able to grab myself a few sheets of this. So I'm just cutting up the greenery and placing it all over the bunny, just in a random order, just covering as much as I possibly can. After I've done that, I'm going to hot glue my 2 tumbling tower pieces together. I took a little piece of a wooden dowel. I hot glued that to the back of the bunny just for some extra support and stability. And then I'm going to hot glue that down to the tumbling tower pieces. And that's it for this DIY. I took these foam eggs that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I was originally going to use the larger ones, but they ended up being too big. I took a pack of the smaller eggs and I'm going to paint them all in my Waverly chalk paint and plaster. And then I'm going to take some tumbling tower blocks and took 4 of those and I am going to stain them in my Waverly wax and antique. And I just stained the entire thing, wiping off the excess. And once that's done, I'm going to assemble my tumbling tower blocks just by hot gluing each piece individually to each other, just making a line. What I should have done, I shouldn't have hot glued these down, the eggs down to the little platform first, because I am going to be adding some rub-on transfers to these. It would have been a lot easier if I had done the rub-on transfers first and then hot glued down, just because it's less likely for the eggs to come off the base. So if you're doing this, do the rub-on transfers first and then hot glue them down to the base, because I did have a couple of them break off and it was a big old pain. So I'm going to take these rub-on transfers that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I am just spelling out the word Easter, and then I'm going to rub those onto all of my eggs, and that's it. I thought this was so cute, and it actually really reminded me of kind of like a Ray Dunn kind of decor piece. So I actually absolutely loved the way that this turned out. I thought it was really, really cute, and that's it for this project. For this next DIY, I'm going to take this little piece of scrap wood that I had in my garage. I drilled 2 holes in each side. If you saw my last tier tray video, you saw me make a swing for my little gnome. I am absolutely obsessed with making swings for my tiered tray now. I feel like they are so cute and they just add so much more, I don't know, just life to them. I love it. So I had to make another one. And for this one, I'm going to paint the swing in my plaster chalk paint from Waverly. I'm going to take some twine and I just measured out about how long I needed it to be. And then I'm going to take this vine type ribbon from Hobby Lobby and I'm going to tie those together on both ends. I'm also going to wrap the twine around that vine ribbon so that it's, you know, nice and connected. And then I just tied it off at the end, cut off the excess. I inserted the twine into the holes and tied the knots down there to attach the twine and the vine to the swing portion. I'm going to take one of these moss bunnies from the Dollar Tree and I just hot glued it down to my swing, and that's it for this DIY. I think it turned out absolutely adorable. So for this next one, I just took this little planter box that I got from Michael's quite a while ago. You can find them in their little dollar sections. And I'm going to take some Spanish moss. I just kind of filled that up, kind of fluffed it around. I'm going to take some of these carrots that you can get from the Dollar Tree, and I just stuck 4 of those into my little box. I'm going to take one of these chalkboard signs that you can get from the Dollar Tree, and I just wrote Carrot Patch on it and stuck it down inside, and that's all you have to do for this project. It's so easy, but I absolutely love the way it looks. I love the pop of orange, and it took me like 2 seconds to do. For this next one, I'm going to take some more Spanish moss and I'm going to shape this into the shape of a little bird's nest. Now, it wasn't staying completely together, so I took a lid from one of these round paper boxes that you can get from the Dollar Tree, and I just hot glued the moss down to the bottom of this. I am going to take some ribbon that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I loved this green color, so I'm just going to hot glue the ribbon down to that lid just to make it tie in a little bit more with the colors for my tiered tray. When I decorate my tiered tray, I want everything to be cohesive, kind of everything like matching around all the same colors. So I was trying to tie some of those colors in, and then I took 3 more of those foam eggs. I'm going to paint them 3 different colors. So I just did an ivory color for one, a green color for another, and then a pink color for the last one. I did try to use my heat gun to speed up the drying process for the paint on these, and one of my eggs kind of blew up a little bit, so it looks a little funny, but I absolutely love the way that this one turned out. For this next DIY, this one is super easy as well. I'm going to take one of these mini grapevine wreaths that I got in an 8-pack from Hobby Lobby. I took some flowers that I got from the Dollar Tree and I just cut the individual flowers off of all the stems, and I'm just sticking those little stem pieces down into my grapevine wreath. And then once I have all the flowers where I want them and it's looking the way that I want it to look, I'm going to take another one of those moss bunnies that you can get from the Dollar Tree, and I hot glued it down to the middle of my wreath, and that's it for this project. For this next one, I'm going to take one of these little pails that you can get from the Dollar Tree as well. I'm going to paint this in my ballet slipper Waverly chalk paint, and I did end up giving this 2 coats. I painted the entire thing, and I also painted that little handle that I removed, and then once everything's all dry, I'm going to attach that handle back into place. I'm going to insert some more of this Spanish moss, and then I'm going to take one of those carrots, I'm going to put it into my pail, and now I'm going to hot glue a big puff ball. I believe I got these in a pack from Hobby Lobby, but I know you can get these at the Dollar Tree. So I took a larger one, hot glued that down, and then I took a smaller one and attached it to the top. I was trying to make a little bunny, so it will be a little bunny bum. I've been super obsessed with the little bunny bums lately, and I think they are so cute. So now I'm going to take some white felt and I'm going to cut them in the shape of the bunny's feet. I take some pink felt and cut out spots for the little bunny toes and heel, and I'm just going to add some hot glue and glue all those little pieces together. And then once I have the feet all assembled, I'm just going to hot glue the feet to the larger puff ball. And that's it for this project. I think it's so cute. I've loved seeing all the bunnies, you know, face down in the dirt or whatever. I think they're so cute. So I had to recreate one for myself. For this next project, I am going to make some beaded carrots. So I just took some beads that I got from Amazon. These are all different sizes, and I just started from biggest to smallest. I'm going to make 2 of those. I'm going to take my Waverly chalk paint in pumpkin, I believe, and I'm going to paint all of my beads in this color. So like I said, I'm doing a set of 2 of these, so I needed 2 of each size of bead, and I'm going to string them on a piece of twine, just going from biggest to smallest, and these can be any size that you want them to be depending on what size of bead you have. So once I get that last bead on there, I'm just going to tie a double knot so that I make sure that my beads don't come off of the string. Originally, I wanted to use green string. I didn't have any on hand, so I just decided to use some white string. I also think some twine would look really cute with this, but I'm just going to make a tassel like you would for any garland. I like wrapping it around a piece of cardboard about 20 times, and then I tie a knot around the top portion of that loop of string, and then I wrap it around the top part, tie another knot. I attached my beads through the top loops of the garland, and then tied that on there, cut off the little loops at the bottom, trimmed it up so it was all nice and even. It's probably making a lot more sense watching what I'm doing versus explaining it. But you guys have seen me do this a million times because you know I love my garlands and my tassels. So I'm just going to do that for both of my carrots, and that's it for this project. For this last one, like I said, you guys know I love my garlands, and I feel like a tiered tray is incomplete without a garland. So I am going to take some beads, like I said, from Amazon. I'm going to paint a bunch of them white, and then I'm going to paint some more in my ballet slipper from Waverly Chalk Paint. I love the soft pinks and the soft greens for Easter, so that's what I was going for kind of color scheme wise with my tiered tray this year. Just those soft colors. And then I'm going to take this sponge and I'm going to dip it into my Waverly Wax and Antique, and I'm just going to dab it all over those white beads that I have. And then I just did a pattern of 1 of those white beads, 4 of those pink beads, 5 of the white beads, and then 4 pink beads, and I just went back and forth until all of my beads were used up. I'm going to make 2 tassels for each side of my garland, just doing the same way, wrapping it around my cardboard. I find that it's a little bit easier if you attach your tassel to the garland first before doing anything else at the top, and then you can take another piece of twine and wrap it around the top of your tassel, cut those loops off, cut off the excess twine at the bottom to make it all even, and that's it. I love this garland. I love how different it is from all the other garlands that I've done, just in the different textures and patterns to it, so I couldn't be happier with the way that this one turned out.
Life is a winding road, no telling where it goes. Driving through days and nights, won't stop for traffic lights. And I really wanna know if I will ever figure out where the road goes. Even if I'm falling down, I will keep on searching for my highs. You can say I lost my mind, I will keep on holding my head high. Even if the sky is falling down. Jumping from cliffs so high, trusting our wings to fly. Sometimes we're crashing down, but we get up and start from the ground. And I really wanna know if I will ever figure out where the road goes. Even if I'm falling down, I will keep on searching for my highs. You can say I lost my mind, I will keep on holding my head high.
For this first one, I just grabbed a piece of scrap wood from my garage. We cut it at an angle so that it looked like a little house. You can pick up little house shapes like this at the Dollar Tree. Mine just hardly ever have them, so a piece of scrap wood is free. And that's what I used. So I'm just going to paint it in this flamingo coral color from Apple Barrel. And I'm going to paint the back and all the sides and the top. And then I grabbed this scrapbook paper from Hobby Lobby. I found this pack and it was absolutely gorgeous. I had to grab it. And I loved this pattern and the colors on it. So I'm just going to trace that house out onto the scrapbook paper. I'm going to cut that out, and then using my glue stick, I'm going to attach the scrapbook paper to the front of my house. And then to get all the pieces that are kind of hanging off of the sides, I'm just going to use my craft knife and cut those off, easy peasy. And then I'm going to take some twine, I'm going to wrap it around the house. I'll tie a double knot to keep it in place, wrap it around a couple more times, and then tie another double knot to keep all of that in place. And then once I have that done, I'm going to take some wood beads that I get from Amazon. I always have those linked down below. If I picked it up from Amazon, it'll most likely be in the description box, so make sure you look there if you're interested. And I'm going to put 3 beads on each strand, so those 2 leftover strands of twine, and then I will tie them at the bottom to keep them in place, and that's it for this one. For this DIY, I'm going to take these terracotta pots that I got from the Dollar Tree, so you get 3 for $1. I'm going to use 2 of them in this project, and I'm going to paint both of them in my Waverly chalk paint in white. I'm going to make sure to paint one of the bottoms on them because you will see part of that bottom. And then I do go paint the inside just a little bit, probably about ½ an inch or so, just so that if you do happen to see inside of it, it's not going to be that terracotta color. And then I'm going to dry brush some of my mineral color chalk paint from Waverly all over there with a chip brush. I'm going to do it to both of my terracotta pots. And then I'm going to grab some Spanish moss that I got from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to fill both of my pots with those. For the first one, I'm just going to do a little bit just so that it's kind of poking out the top. And then I'll add some hot glue to it because I want the top terracotta pot to be slanted. So you can see what I'm doing here. I just have it tipped over a little bit, sitting right inside. And then I'm going to fill it with Spanish moss, some florals that I believe I got these from Michael's last year, and I just filled the top pot with them and then put some sticking out of the bottom pot, and this is how this one turned out. I'm going to grab one of these little containers that I got from Hobby Lobby. Their spring collection is all 40% off right now, and this was part of it, so I got that 40% off. So I believe I paid maybe like $2 for it. It was pretty affordable. And then I'm going to grab some of my solo wood flowers. You guys know how much I love these, but I'm going to do something a little bit different with them. I am going to take them apart and cut them all up. So I just took some colors that I really liked and that kind of matched the theme of my tier tray. If you can't tell, it's going to be a corally color. I love my tier trays to have kind of a theme, and that is the theme that I was going for on this spring tier tray. So I'm just going to cut all these flowers up, and then I'll cut up the flowers even more just to make them really small as I can get them. Once I have them all cut up the way that I want them, I'm going to put them in my jar. So cute. I love the look that it gave this. If you're ever interested in solo wood flowers, I will link them down below. They are my absolute favorite thing to craft with lately. I have been super obsessed, plus they always have really great deals. So if you want to check them out, I will leave that linked below. So after I get this filled up with my cut up flowers, I'm gonna take this ribbon that you can get from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just gonna cut it down to size and hot glue it around the middle of my little bottle, and that's it for this DIY. For this next one, I'm gonna grab some strips of fabric, this ticking fabric that I got from burlapfabric.com. I actually already had all these strips cut out, so it was kind of perfect. And I'm gonna grab a foam ball, and I'm just gonna start using some Mod Podge, and I'm going to make a ball out of this fabric and lots of Mod Podge. So all you're gonna do is Mod Podge your strips, stick it onto your ball, Mod Podge it on top of the strips on the ball, and you're just gonna do the same thing covering the entire ball. I had some Easter eggs that looked like this, but it had brown craft paper, and I wanted something to kind of go along with those. So that is why I decided to make one of these. I figured out towards the end that it's really easy to do this with your fingers, just, you know, getting the Mod Podge on your fingers and mushing it all around. And I left that to dry overnight, and that's all you have to do for this one. For this DIY, I'm going to grab one of these signs that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I took out the little tile portion in the middle, and I'm going to mix some of my flamingo coral with some white to kind of get a lighter coral color, and I'm going to paint the back of the sign in this color. Once I have that all done, I created a decal using my Cricut, and I just cut that out. Now, it was not sticking to the paint at all, so to make it stick, a little trick is to use some Mod Podge on top of your sign, wait for that to dry, and then go in with your decal afterwards. Also, as just a side note, I always get questions about my transfer tape. I get it from expressionsvinyl.com. I will have that linked in the description box for you if you're interested. Almost every single time I get a question about what transfer tape I use, so I will have that linked below. So I'm just going to put my decal on, burnish it, rub it all onto my sign, remove that transfer tape. I will add a couple dots of hot glue back to the sign, and then I'll just stick that piece right back on in there. And that's it for this DIY. For the next couple ones, these are really easy and so cute. I found these little watering cans at Hobby Lobby. Again, they were 40% off, so I believe I paid maybe $2 for them. And I just cut out a couple decals. One says Hello Spring. I'm going to take that same ticking fabric that I used on that ball. I'm going to fray the edges, and then I just tied a double knot at the top, cut off the excess fabric so it just had a little knot at the top, and then I'll put some twine on it as well. Do the same thing, wrap it around a couple times, tie a double knot, and then I just put some florals and some greenery inside that I had lying around. They were just little extra pieces that I had. And then that is it for this one. I think these watering cans are so cute. I absolutely love them. And then again, going along with that watering can, I found this one in coral, which went perfectly with my idea for the coral color tier tray. So I just cut out with my Cricut Love Grows Here, and I placed that onto my watering can, and then I'm just going to use that same ticking fabric, and I'm going to tie a little knot around the handle. Super easy, and I feel like these watering cans add such cuteness to my tier tray. They're so simple to do. You're just jazzing up some pieces and making it match your tier tray or your theme, whatever you're going for. So easy, and they look absolutely adorable. And then again, another easy one. I got this little tin from Hobby Lobby as well. Again, really cheap. I think I paid like less than $2 for it. I'm gonna grab some Spanish moss from the Dollar Tree, fill that up with that, and then I got all these succulents a couple years ago from Joann's, and I'm just going to arrange them in my little bucket however I like it. Whatever looks good. And then I'm going to take some rocks that I got from the Dollar Tree, kind of scatter those around the top, and then again I will grab that same ticking fabric and wrap it around my tin, make sure the edges are all frayed, tie a double knot, and then I went in with some twine, wrapped that around a couple times, tied a double knot. It's really amazing what you can do just by adding a little bit to a piece that's already really cute. You don't have to do big DIYs to make your tier tray look absolutely adorable. Just take something you really like, jazz it up a little bit, and there you go. For this next one, I grabbed this wood round from the Dollar Tree. I just cut off the jute hanger at the top, and then I'm going to go in with that same mixture of my flamingo coral and some white paint, mix it together, and then I'm going to paint the entire circle in this color, the front, the back, the sides, all of it will be in this coral color. Once I'm done with that, I cut out this bird using my Cricut. This is a bird that they already had on Design Space, so I just cut this out. I'm going to place it on the middle of my circle. And then once I get that off there, I'm going to take some mineral color chalk paint and I'm going to dry brush over the bird, over the front of the sign. I'll also go in with some white paint and do the exact same thing, just dry brushing over it. And then once that's all done, I'm going to remove the bird. So we've created a little stencil and I think this turned out absolutely adorable. I love how the bird is in coral and everything else is distressed around it. I just think it turned out really, really cute. And then after I get all the vinyl off, I'm going to take some twine. I'm going to loop it through that hole at the top. I'll tie a knot and then again I'm going to go in with my wood beads from Amazon and string some beads on there, tie a knot to secure them, and that's it for this DIY. I think it turned out so cute. I love the bird and I think it looks great on my tiered tray. For this next one, I found these little napkin holders. I can't remember exactly what they're called, but you know what I mean. I got them from Hobby Lobby and I thought they looked so cute, like little cages, and I knew that I could make something really cute with them. So I'm going to just makeshift a little bottom for each of them just by using these chalkboard tags from the Dollar Tree. And I just cut out little circles and then hot glued it to the bottom of my little napkin holders or cages, if you will. And I just stuck those down and then I took some greenery and some little florals that I had laying around and I just started sticking all the florals and the greenery inside of these. I wanted them to look like little grow cages. I wanted the floral and the greenery to be growing outside of the cage and through the cage. So I just started sticking florals and greenery through the little holes in there and made it look all overgrown, and I think it turned out really, really cute. So I'm gonna do that for both of my cages, and then I'm gonna take that same ticking fabric and I'm going to tie around the bottom of them, just tying in a double knot, cutting off the excess fabric, and then I'll do the exact same thing to the second one, and then you have two grow cages that look so stinking cute.
Life is a winding road, no telling where it goes. Driving through days and nights, won't stop for traffic lights. And I really wanna know, if I will ever figure out where the road goes. Even if I'm falling down, I will keep on searching for my highs. You can say I lost my mind, I will keep on holding my head high. Even if the sky is falling down. Jumping from cliffs so high, trusting our wings to fly. Sometimes we're crashing down, but we get up and start from the ground. And I really wanna know, if I will ever figure out where the road goes. Even if I'm falling down, I will keep on searching for my highs. You can say I lost my mind, I will keep on holding my head high. Even if the sky is falling down. Even if the sky is falling down, yeah. The sky is falling down.
I had this wooden block from, I believe I got it in a 4-pack from Hobby Lobby, and then I took some scrap wood that I had from my garage. I just doubled the length of the block for my bottom 2 pieces, and then for the top 2 pieces I made it the same length as the original block. So in total you're gonna need 5 wood pieces, and I'm just going to paint these blue, white, and red, or red, white, and blue. And I paint one of my longer wood pieces red, and then one of the shorter ones red, and then white for the long one and white for the other small one. And then you paint the cube blue. And then I had some stencils from the Dollar Tree, and I believe that I cut this out of a Christmas pack that I got during Christmas time, and I just used those stars with some white paint to stencil on some stars onto the blue block. Once everything's dry, all that's left to do is just assemble it with some hot glue. So I hot glued my red and white long block together, and then I'll hot glue the 2 smaller red and white blocks, and then I'll glue those down to the bigger 2 blocks, and then hot glue the blue block so you're making a flag. And then I just wanted this to be distressed and worn looking, so I'm just taking some Waverly Wax and Antique, giving this a good distressing, and that's it. You have yourself a scrap wood flag. For this next one, I'm going to take 2 tags that I picked up in a 12-pack from Hobby Lobby. I'm going to take one, and I'm going to use some washi tape to create some stripes. I just used a piece of the washi tape as a guide to evenly space out my stripes for the flag. And once I've got all the washi tape on there, I'm going to take some Waverly chalk paint in, I want to say this is lacquer, and I'm just going to paint those 2 stripes on there. I'll remove the washi tape, and then you have some red and white stripes. I'll take the second tag, and I'm just going to use some blue paint from Apple Barrel. I just picked this up at Walmart. I'm going to paint the entire thing in this blue color, and then I'm going to reattach some jute to the top of the holes on each tag. And I had this star on a sign from the Dollar Tree. I just popped the star off the sign, and I'm just going to hot glue it to the middle of my blue tag, and that's all you got to do for this DIY. So I'm going to start off by doing a DIY with our patriotic truck. So this comes in 3 pieces. You got your backing, your truck, and then your wheels. I wanted this piece to be really rustic and distressed, so I'm not going to paint the entire backing. I'm just going to take some Waverly chalk paint in white and give a rough coat to the backing, and then I'm going to take some red chalk paint from Waverly, and I'm going to paint my entire truck in that paint as well. And then for the flag, to make this a little bit easier, I'm just going to paint all of the stripes first white. After they're all painted white, I'll go back over the red stripes with some red. I'm just using really small fine tip detail brushes. And then for the star portion, I started out by painting the entire thing blue, thinking I would just go in with a small tipped brush to get in the little engravings for the stars. That didn't work super well, so what I would recommend is first painting where the stars are white, and then you can go back over it with your blue just really lightly, and then your stars will show up through the blue. And then I just painted my wheels with some white Waverly chalk paint for the middle, and then I took my Waverly chalk paint in ink for the tires. And then I'm going to distress everything. Like I said, I'm going to take some of my Waverly Wax and Antique, and I'm going to distress my truck. I wanted it to look rusted and old and like it had seen some times. I loved the idea of an old weathered truck with its flag in the back and having the flag all weathered and worn, like, you know, it'd gone through some hard times and the flag was still standing. And if that makes sense, that was just my idea behind it, kind of my inspiration. So that is what I attempted to do. I just drug my brush over the flag and tried making it look a little bit more worn. Again, just going over all the edges of the truck just to get that old worn look. And then I also distressed the sign, mostly in those engraved lines on the front, kind of like those shiplap lines. And then I'm going to blend it all together using some white chalk paint. And then I'm just going to take some clear Gorilla Glue and just glue all of my pieces to the back. And then for this one, this is going to be our garland. I took our country cutout and I am going to stain it with my Waverly Wax and Antique, and I left this completely blank. So we didn't add anything else to the United States cutout because I wanted you guys to be able to use your own creative freedom for this, whether you wanted to put a decal on it, or I also thought that it would be really cute to make just like a little hanging garland to attach to the United States cutout. And you could write USA on the beads, just anything like that. I wanted you guys to be able to make it your own. So we just have that United States cutout, and then I'm going to take some beads that will come with the kit. I am going to do a little bit of a different technique when painting these. I'm going to put them all in these little cups for red, white, and blue. I will shake the cups all around to get the paint on the beads. And then I took a paper towel and a baby wipe and just kind of rubbed that excess paint off, just kind of to make it look a little bit more distressed and have some of that natural wood show through. So I did that to all 3 sets of my beads, and then all I'm going to do is string all of my beads onto some twine, which will also come with your kit. And I just do the pattern of red, white, and blue. And then once all my beads are on there, I'm going to string my United States cutout on there and tie several knots so that it doesn't slip off that twine. And then lastly, to finish it off, I'm going to make a tassel. I just do that by wrapping my twine around a piece of cardboard about 20 times. And then I'll take that other end of my garland and I'll take that twine and slip it through the top portion of the tassel, tie a double knot there, and then all you have to do is take a little bit more twine, wrap it around the top portion of your tassel, wrap that twine around it, tie a couple double knots, cut off the loops at the bottom of your tassel, give it a haircut to make it all straight and even, and that's it for our patriotic garland. Now, as a little bonus, because I just thought this was too cute not to share, I absolutely love him. It's our 4th of July gnome. I think this one is so much fun. So all you have to do is just paint it in the colors that you want. Now, one tip that I learned while doing this, because there are so many details and so many different parts to paint, I would suggest using paint pens. This completely changed the way that I paint my kits because it's so much quicker, number one. Number two, less messy because you have that fine tip on your paint pen to get in all those little spots, like in the stars, in the stripes. So that's something that I would recommend. I didn't figure that out till I was almost done with my gnome, and I was having a hard time getting into all those small little pieces around his beard, and I was like, I have an entire container full of paint pens. Why am I not using those right now? So I will break those out when I go to paint the firework that he's holding and the remaining of those stripes on his hat. I wish I would have done that from the beginning because it would have saved me so much time. So when you're painting things like this, a tip, use paint pens. And then to attach all the pieces together, again, I'm just going to use some clear Gorilla Glue, put it on the back of his nose and the back of the firework, and I'll just put those down on top of him, and that's it. That's how you finish our 4th of July gnome. He's absolutely adorable. I think they are so much fun. Now I'm going to take 3 pieces of a dowel that I cut down. These 3 pieces are all the same size, and I put some painter's tape around the top third of each dowel. You can cut these to whatever size that you want them. You can get whatever size dowel that you want. There's really no rules to it. And in fact, I don't exactly remember the size of this dowel. It was one that I picked up from Michael's. But it is fairly large. So again, I just cut 3 pieces out. I'm going to paint one section in this light blue, one section in the red, and then I'll retape it to be able to paint the middle in my Waverly chalk paint in white. Once all 3 are completely painted, I'm going to take all the tape off of them, and then you will get these super cute popsicles. I think they're so much fun. And then for the sticks, I just grabbed some smaller dowels. I cut those down using my miter shears, which are always linked below. And I just added some hot glue, stuck them to the bottom, and that's all you have to do for this DIY. And you have these adorable 4th of July popsicles. For this one, I'm going to take one of these wood planks that you can get in a pack of 6 from the Dollar Tree. I just took one of those out, and I'm going to paint that with my Waverly chalk paint in white. I just gave it one good coat, and then before the coat dried, I took my Waverly chalk paint in mineral and I started distressing my sign with that. I wanted the white and the mineral color to blend together, so that's why I did it with the white paint wet. And then after I've got that all done, I'm going to take a ruler and I'm going to use that as a straight line spacer for some shiplap lines. I just did this with a pencil. I didn't want the lines to be super defined. I almost wanted them just kind of faded and in the background, like kind of a barely there kind of look to it. And I just used that ruler as a spacer in between each of those lines. And then I'm going to take this wood 4 that I got in a pack from Joann's. I'm going to paint it red, and then I'm also going to paint this T and H. I got these cutouts from Gio and Dan. I always have their website linked down below. They cut this out for me using their laser probably about a year ago, I want to say. And then I'm just going to use some super glue to attach the T and the H because I didn't want a whole bunch of glue pouring out from under those. And that's all you got to do for this DIY. Now for this one, I'm going to take some paint stir sticks. I picked this up in a pack of 10 from Lowe's. You get them for 98 cents. And I'm going to put this into a shape of a 4. I'm going to use my pencil to draw some lines to mark where I need to cut them. And then again, I'm just going to use my miter shears to cut all 3. You do have to use a little bit more force when you're cutting through the paint stir sticks, but they do cut through. And after I've got all those pieces cut out, I'm going to take some white Waverly chalk paint and I'm going to paint them front and back and all of the sides. Now I'm just going to begin hot gluing my pieces together to assemble a 4, so it's just gonna be in the shape of a 4. Pretty easy and self-explanatory to do. And then once that's done, I took this stencil that I got from the Dollar Tree. This had an adhesive back to it. So I just cut out the letters that I needed. I cut out the letters to spell July. Now, these stencils were not the best. I don't know if it was the paint I was using or what exactly was going on, but I made sure to press my stencils against the wood as best as I could to make sure that the paint wouldn't bleed underneath my stencils, and I made sure to take a little bit of paint, dab off the excess, and then do an up and down dabbing motion, but it still bled through underneath, and quite a bit at that. So I did have to go back through with a fine tip brush just to kind of fix up all those mistakes on there. So I mean, it wasn't too big of a deal, but I may recommend just either using your Cricut and doing some vinyl or even some stickers. Some rub-on transfers from the Dollar Tree would look cute too, but I just had it say July and a number 4, and I thought this project was really, really fun. This one, again, I'm going to take those dowels. I cut them down into 3 different sizes. So you'll have a tall, a medium, and a small. Just kind of eyeball it. I didn't, measure anything out. I just eyeballed the whole thing. And I'm going to paint one of the dowels in blue, one of them in white, and one of them in red. Now for my blue one, I'm going to take that same stencil with the stars, and I'm just going to begin stenciling stars all over this blue dowel. I just did it in a random fashion. I didn't follow a pattern. I just started going at it, and wherever I thought a star was needed, I would add a star there. And then for my red one, I'm going to create stripes on here using some washi tape. Similar to our popsicle DIY, just use that washi tape to space out some stripes on there, and then I'm going to take some white Waverly chalk paint and with a dabbing motion just dab on all of my stripes. Once that's all done, I'm going to set that to the side to dry. And then for my white dowel, I'm going to take a back of a paintbrush and I'm going to dip it in that blue paint, and I'm just going to add little dots all over the entire thing, and then I'll do the same thing with my red paint, just dabbing dots all over that dowel. I removed the washi tape from the red dowel, and then I'm going to create little wicks. Is that what they're called? The little, parts at the top that you light. I would assume they're called like a wick. I don't know. Maybe they have a different name. But I just took some of this gold wire that I had. I cut a piece off and twisted it around a paintbrush. And then I'm going to create a little hole in all 3 of the tops of my dowels just with this blade. Just kind of doing a circle motion to just kind of cut a little hole in it. I'll hot glue the bottom of the wire and just push that right into that hole. And then to finish it off, I'm going to take some twine and wrap it around all 3 of my fireworks, tie a double knot in the front, and that's it for this DIY. For this one, I'm going to take one of these spring rounds that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I cut it in half using my miter saw in my garage. I gave it about 3 good coats of this white Waverly chalk paint to make sure that it covered up all of the spring word and florals. And I'm going to start painting on and making this into a patriotic bunting. So I just start with some red and I do, the half circle shape on the bottom, and I just tried to get this as even as I possibly could. And then I went through with my red and added an outline of red to the top portion of the circle. I did this on both pieces. I'm just going to make these exactly the same. And once that red line is on there, I'm going to go in the middle with my blue. So again, just creating a half circle in the middle with that blue, and I just worked on this until I thought that it looked good, and I just went back and forth trying to make my half circles as even as I could get them, fill in that stripe for the blue, and then once the blue is all dry, again, I'm going to take those star stencils and I'm going to stencil stars in the blue section of the bunting. And then I wanted this to look rough and distressed. So again, I'm going to take a brush with my antique wax from Waverly, and I'm just going to go back and forth on both of these pieces. And after everything is nice and dry, to kind of take it to that extra step, I'm going to take a piece of sandpaper and I'm just going to sand over the entire thing. And then to finish them off, I'm going to make a little twine bow just by wrapping it around my fingers a couple times, adding some twine around the middle to tie the middle off, and then I'll cut off the excess twine from the tails, and then I'm just going to hot glue those to the bottom of the buntings. And I did this as well so that I could cover up that hole in the one, and I thought these turned out just so stinking cute. And then for our last one, I'm going to take this little palette that you can get from the Dollar Tree, and then 3 more of these stars. I just popped these off of a sign that I got from the Dollar Tree. I believe it was on a tag sign. And I'm just going to start by staining my palette in my Waverly Wax and Antique. I just made sure to get in all the little nooks and crannies because there are a lot of them on this piece. And then I just use it just like a stain. I painted it on and then removed the excess with the paper towel. And then I'm going to take my stars, and on one of them I'm going to paint that blue. On the other one, I'm going to paint it red, and then I'm just going to leave the third one silver. I did do about 3 coats on the blue and the red star, and then to give it a little bit distressing and definition, I'm going to take some of my antique wax from Waverly. I went in all of the corners of the stars, and I am going to hot glue these down to my palette. I just went in a diagonal with them. And that's it. That's all you got to do for this DIY, and I thought this one turned out so cute. Picked up these mini mason jars off of Amazon. I'll have them linked in the comments below, but these were the perfect size for a tiered tray. I'm going to start by painting the lid in my Waverly chalk paint and ink. After I've got that done, I'm going to take a wooden bead and I'm also going to paint that black, and then I'm going to fill the hole in the top so that there isn't a hole in the top so that I can paint it black, and then I'm just gonna hot glue that to the top of my lid. Now I'm gonna take this little planter that I got from Michael's, and it actually had a faux plant in it. I just removed the plant. I'm gonna take some of my Spanish moss from Dollar Tree. I'm gonna hot glue it to the top, and I just really liked that planter, so that's the reason why I purchased it specifically for this project. And then I had these small round wood cutouts that were left over from laser cutouts, but any kind of small round wood that you can cut in half will completely work for this project. I just took some miter shears and cut one of them in half, and then I'm going to paint them with some yellow paint. I'm going to paint the front, the back, and all the edges, and I did have to do a couple of coats to get that laser cutout portion completely covered up. And then I'm going to paint the bottom of the mason jar yellow, just so that it kind of covers up the bottom when it's going to be hot glued down to the Spanish moss. I wanted the inside of the jar to look really yellow, so I'm just going to paint the bottom of that. And then I'm going to take a white marker and I'm going to attempt to draw these into lemons. And I'm not the best artist, but I did the best I could, and I think once the lemons are actually inside the jar, it looks really, really cute. So I just drew some little lemon details on those circles and on the half little lemon wedges. Now, to make my lemonade, I'm going to take this clear craft glue that I got from Dollar Tree. In total, for my video today, I think I picked up about 5 bottles of this. For this project specifically, you're going to use 2 entire bottles. You could use more if you want your jar more full. It's just up to you. So I'm going to squeeze all the glue into a little cup. I'm going to take a very small amount of yellow paint. You can see there, just a couple of small dabs. I want this to be mostly clear with just a tinge of yellow to it. You do not want this to be completely saturated in yellow. You want to be able to see those lemon wedges when you put those in. So I'm just going to dump all of my glue into the bottle, and then once the glue is in there, I'm going to take my little lemon wedges and I'm going to stick those right in the glue. Now, I tried to push them down, but they just floated back up to the top. So I thought that after they were at the top, it still looked really cute and you could still see them. So they looked adorable in there. Now this glue is going to probably take forever to dry. I am leaving the lid off for days, but even if it doesn't, the lid is still on and it's not affecting the lemon wedges at all. And you get the little bubbles at the top. I just think this was absolutely adorable. So I'm going to take some floral and some greenery. This I believe I picked up from Hobby Lobby, and I'm just cutting these down into really small pieces. And all I'm going to do is hot glue the jar on top of my planter, and then I'll go in with some more hot glue and just glue the greenery and the yellow florals right in between the planter and the jar. Now for my little spout, I am going to take a bendy straw. I'm going to cut the ends off right where that bend portion is. I'm going to pull the bendy part out and I'm just going to shape it into like a little spout. I'll cut the other end of the straw off. I'm gonna paint it black so that it matches the black lid, and then I'm just gonna use some hot glue to attach it to the front of my jar, and that's it for this DIY. I think this is by far my favorite project for the video. It was so much fun to make. It's so cute, and I just love the little mini pitcher of lemonade with the lemons. It's my favorite. I love it. Make sure that you stay tuned to the end of the video so that you can see all of my projects together on the tier tray. I'll decorate it and you can see a close-up of all the finished products. So this DIY is going to be really simple. I'm going to take one of these jars from the Dollar Tree. It says homemade on it, which I thought was absolutely perfect. It doesn't come with the middle lid portion of the mason jar, so I just took an extra one that I had on hand. I painted it black, and then I'm going to paint another wood bead black, and I'll fill in the hole like I did before. All I'm going to do is hot glue the wood bead down to the top of the lid. I'm going to put in some lemon drops and put on my lid, and that is it. So you got some homemade lemon drops that I just think is so fun. For this next one, I picked up these wooden scoops off of Amazon. How adorable are these? I absolutely love them. I got them in a 10-pack. I'm going to take 2 of them out. I'm going to start by painting some wooden beads. I did 3 beads per little scoop, and I'm going to paint 3 of them yellow, and I'm going to paint 3 of them white. Now I'm going to take a piece of paper. This is just some cardstock that has some texture to it. I'm going to cut it down and then I'm going to cut the end into a little tag shape. I'm going to do that for both of them, and then I'm going to take some twine and I'm going to tie it around the ends of my scoops, and then I will string on my beads. I'll do the yellow ones for one scoop and the white ones for the other scoop. And then all I do at the end is just tie it in a bunch of knots to keep the beads from falling off the twine. You could also attach some ribbon to the end to kind of make a little handle, really whatever you want to do. And then I'm going to write lemonade and lemon drops on my tags. I'm going to hot glue those down to the handle of my scoops. And then I'm going to take some of this farmhouse ribbon that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to make 2 bows. I'll dovetail the ends and then I will hot glue them down to the end of my scoops. And that is it for this DIY. So I'm going to take these wooden Scrabble pieces that I have. I actually picked these up in a pack from Amazon. I'll link those down below, but I do know that you can find the Scrabble tiles at Dollar General, I believe, or even Walmart. But mine were blank, which I preferred. So all I'm going to do is glue them into sets of 4. So I'll glue 2 together and do another 2 together and then hot glue those to make a square of 4. You can see what I'm doing there. And then I'm going to take the tumbling tower pieces from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to do 2 sets of 4. So I just hot glued 4 in a row. I'll glue another 4 in a row, and then I'll hot glue those together like your Scrabble piece holder when you're playing Scrabble. So it's going to look like that. And then I wanted it to be just a little bit taller, so I'm going to glue another set of 4 right on top of the back. Now I'm going to paint my Scrabble holder piece in my yellow chalk paint from Waverly. I believe it's called Maze. And I'm just going to give this one good coat over the entire piece. And then I'm going to take all of my squares and I'm going to paint them in white. You're going to need a total of 5 of these squares. Now I just got these stickers from Hobby Lobby. You can use whatever kind of stickers that you want. And I'm just going to use the words to spell out lemon. I will not use an O. I'm going to use this lemon sticker that I got from Michaels. And I'm going to use that as my O and just place that right where that O would go. And then all I'm going to do is hot glue my letters down to the Scrabble holder, and that'll be it for this DIY. Now for this one, I'm going to grab another one of those mini mason jars. I'm going to pick up this pack of yellow chalk that I got from Michaels for 99 cents. I'm going to dump an entire pack in there, and I am going to hammer these until they are completely smushed. They are going to be powder. I had to take it out to my garage and do this on the cement because it was not working out on my table. Now, if you had actual lemonade mix that was yellow, this would work perfectly. If you don't have that and you have some yellow chalk on hand, do it this way. That's what I had on hand. And I'm just going to pour the powder into the jar, and I'm going to put the lid back on the jar. I will paint the lid again in my black Waverly chalk paint. And I am going to take one of these chalk signs that you can get from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to pop the little clip on the backing off. I will take a white marker and write lemonade mix. I'm going to hot glue that down to my jar, and then using some of this yellow baker's twine that I got from the Dollar Tree, I'm just going to tie that into a little bow, and I'll hot glue that into the top corner of my chalkboard. And that is it for this DIY. This is just a fun lemon one with some lemons on a shiplap background. If you know me, I love my shiplap backgrounds, so I just paint these in the colors that I want. I used white for the back of the sign, some green and yellow for the lemons and the leaves, and then I stained my border with some brown stain. And then again, I'm just going to use a end of a skewer stick to apply my glue to all my pieces and glue all those down. And then I always love doing garlands for my tier tray kits. I feel like you have to have a beaded garland on your tier trays. It's just a must for me. So I'm just taking some beads and I'm going to paint them all white. I'm going to take my lemon pieces and paint one of them yellow because you'll just glue the 2 lemon pieces together. You'll make a tassel and put your beads onto your twine, attach your lemon to your twine, and that's all you gotta do. So easy. We'll send you the beads, we'll send you the twine and the lemon piece. Put it all together and throw it on your tray, and it just completes the look of your tier tray. Now for this DIY, we're going to do something a little similar to the first one. You're going to follow the same steps with your glue and your paint. Just a couple dabs of paint. I used another 2 full things of the craft glue from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to take those small wood rounds again and I'm going to cut them in half. I'm going to paint them with my Waverly Chalk Paint in Maze. Cover the entire thing in about 2 coats. I'm going to draw the little lemon pieces on there so it sort of looks like a lemon. My attempt to make it look like lemon wedges. After I get those all painted, I'm gonna take this little jar that I got from Michael's. I thought this was so stinking cute. I'm gonna fill it with my glue. I'll add my lemons in there and then fill it with some more glue. And then I'm gonna take this yellow straw that I got in a pack from Michael's. I cut it down. I'm just gonna insert that straw right in there. And then I did feel like it was missing something, so in the end I did add some of my yellow baker's twine to it, tied it around the front, and that is it for this DIY. For this next one, you're gonna grab these wood stickers that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I'm gonna take one of the lemon ones, or I guess they technically could be oranges too, but I'm gonna paint it like a lemon. I'm just gonna paint the outside portion, and then I'll go in and paint all the little wedges in my Waverly Chalk Paint in Maze. Once I've done that, I'm going to take one of these little tags that I got in a 12 pack from Hobby Lobby, and then I'm going to take these rub-on transfers that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I used them to spell out the word lemons, and I also cut out the word fresh from one of my other rub-on transfer sets from the Dollar Tree. Now, the fresh word did not work. It did not want to stick down to the sign, and no matter what I did, no matter how hard I rubbed it on there, it didn't work. And then I tried another word and that word didn't work. So I ended up having to sand them off because you can see there, it was not going to work. So in the end, to cover that up, I took some of this yellow ribbon and all I did was cut myself a bow. And because there is a wrong side and a right side to this ribbon, I had to cut a piece off and hot glue it into a loop. And then I cut another piece off for my tails. I'm going to use some twine to tie those together. And I'll just wrap my twine around it a couple times to kind of give it a little middle portion. And then I'll dovetail the ends and hot glue it right to my tag. And that's all you got to do for this DIY. I saw this bowl over at Hobby Lobby and I about died when I saw it. I thought it was so stinking cute, so I had to pick it up. And although this isn't something that you necessarily have to DIY, this is something that just makes a tier tray just that much cuter. So let me show you what I did with it. So I grabbed these lemon picks from Michael's and this bowl from Hobby Lobby. All I'm gonna do is cut off a portion of the stems on those lemon picks, put them inside the bowl, and that's all you have to do for that DIY. For this one, I'm gonna take these wood rounds. I got these from Arteza, but I know that you can pick them up at basically any kind of craft store. I'm gonna take my Waverly Chalk Paint in Maze. Now, I attempted to draw a lemon on the front. It was not perfect by any means because we all know my artistry skills and freehanding is not the best. So do the best that you can possibly do and paint all of your little wedges in your yellow chalk paint. And then I went around the edge of the wood round and I painted that yellow as well. And then for the rest on the inside, I took my Waverly Chalk Paint in white and painted all the inside portion of the lemon. Now I'm going to take some Mod Podge and I am going to put that over all of the lemon wedges. You kind of have to do this in sections. unless you're really fast at putting Mod Podge on, but I just went over the Mod Podge on every one of my lemons, and I picked up this really fun glitter at Michael's, and then I just dumped the glitter on top of the little lemon wedges, and it stuck down really, really well. And then I just repeated that process until all of my lemon wedges were completely covered in glitter. Look how cute these turned out. I think these were so much fun. Now for this one, I'm gonna take a square. It's just a wood square that we had in our stash from cutting out with our laser. So just a scrap piece of wood. You could use a wood square from the Dollar Tree. I'm gonna paint it in my Waverly chalk paint in white, and then all I'm gonna do for this DIY is take some more of those black stickers and one of these lemon stickers that I got from Michael's, and I'm going to use the lemon as an O, and then I'll take the stickers to spell out home, so the H, the M, and the E. I'll arrange that on my wooden piece, and that is it for this one. Now for this one, I'm going to take these little jars again that I got from Amazon, and I filled them with wax. I melted the wax completely, and if doing this again, I probably wouldn't have them all the way melted, probably just right there before it's completely melted till it's, you know, most of it is really, really soft. And I'm going to take more of that glitter that I got from Michael's. I had wanted this to be really glittery and have all the glitter just, you know, all throughout it. I thought it would look so much fun. It didn't exactly turn out that way, but in the end, I thought it turned out so much fun, because to me it looks like lemonade slushies, especially if you look down inside the candle. I asked my 5-year-old what they looked like, and she said, what is that? She thought it was a drink, and they smell good. I just used Dollar Tree candles and put them in here, and in the end I added some of the straws and I added some twine to go around the top. I also used my heat gun to kind of heat the wax that was up around the lip of the jar so that it would all kind of melt, and I just think that these turned out so fun. So as the wax was hardening, I tried to just stir that glitter up so that it would harden inside the wax and not just be all at the bottom. But I think this one was super fun. It was totally just experimental, but I think that's so much fun when crafting, to experiment, try something new. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and that's okay. You can get a fun little slushy out of it. So I thought this one was so much fun. Now for our last DIY here, we're going to take some wood beads. I'm going to take half of the wood beads that I have. I'm going to paint them with my Waverly chalk paint in white, and then for the other half, we're going to paint them in my Waverly chalk paint in maize. We are going to string them on some twine, just doing a pattern of white, yellow, and string that all together. Once those are all on the twine, we are going to tie those two ends together in a knot. I made a tassel with some yellow and white baker's twine that I picked up from the Dollar Tree, and I just wrapped it around a piece of cardboard, probably about 15 to 20 times, and then I'm just going to string that twine through the baker's twine, tie that in a knot at the top. You'll take some more baker's twine around the top portion of your tassel, and then you'll just cut your ends where the loops are and even out your ends, give it a little haircut, and that is it for this project. So to make my faux honey, I just melted down some hot glue sticks in an old pan. Make sure that you're using things that you don't care if they get ruined. And then I crushed up some yellow eyeshadow that I had and mixed it in with the glue sticks, and this is how it turned out. So this first one was a little bit of trial and error, so I ended up just dipping my honey dippers into the glue and then putting them on this silicone mat that I had and leaving them there to dry. So I just did a couple where I dipped them into the glue and then let them dry on the silicone mat. And then for the others, I wanted the honey to look like it was dripping down the honey dipper. So I just put some of that glue on top, and then I had to figure out a way to set them up straight so that the glue could kind of drip down the honey dipper. So I had these extra little pot things that I was going to do a DIY with, and I just set them up like that so that the glue could slowly drip down the honey dipper. And I did several of them like this. Another thing that you could do that I found was you could put the glue on top, and then if it wasn't looking quite like how you wanted it, you could take your heat gun and heat the glue back up and kind of manipulate it to drip down the honey dipper. So I did that as well. I thought these turned out so cute. And then for these ones that had kind of that hot glue strings that I needed to fix, I just took my heat gun and heated up the glue, and I was able to manipulate the glue to be where I wanted it to be. Hopefully that makes sense. And I was able to kind of melt it all down and get the shape that I wanted and kind of fix all of those mistakes that I had on there just by heating that glue back up. Now, I found these absolutely adorable little wooden bees on Amazon. I'll have them linked in my description box. They come with the little sticky adhesive on the back already, but I wanted my bees to sit flat, so I just easily peeled those off, added some hot glue, and then stuck them on a couple of my honey dippers. So again, I grabbed this crate from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to paint it in my parchment colored chalk paint from Craftsmart. Any kind of cream or ivory color will do. This is the color that I'm going to be using for the majority of this video. I'm going to give the entire crate a good coat of that paint, and then I'm going to take some of this burlap ribbon that I had. I'm going to fray some of the edges, and then I'm just going to hot glue that around one side of my crate. And then I'm going to take some buffalo check fabric that I had. I'm going to cut it down to the size that I want it. Now, I wanted this fabric to look really worn and messy, so I'm going to fray the edges. I kind of tried to wrinkle it up as much as I could, and then I'm going to hot glue that right over the top of that burlap fabric. And then to finish it off, I'm going to take some yellow yarn that I had, and I'm just going to wrap it around the crate about 3 times, and then I'm going to tie it in a cute little bow, and then I'll cut off the excess yarn at the bottom. Now, I cut out a little honeycomb decal using my Cricut. I ended up switching this out at the end for something a bit bigger because I just felt like the 3 little honeycombs was much too small. Now I'm going to take these rub-on transfers that you can get at the Dollar Tree. I thought these were perfect because they are gold and it matched with the theme of this video. I am going to cut out the letters to spell beautiful. So it's going to say B and then U and then T full. I thought it was really cute, and I'm just going to rub on all of these letters onto the one side of my crate. And then, like I said, I'm going to remove that honeycomb, and I'm going to put a much larger decal that I cut out with my Cricut on it, and I felt like this just looked so much better, and this is how my little book stack turned out. I think it's so cute, and it's one of my favorites from today's project. I am going to show you 2 other of my kits and do a little DIY with those to put on my tier tray. So this honey jar I think is so much fun. All I'm going to do is give it a good coat of my parchment colored chalk paint, and then for the line at the top, just to kind of define the top of the jar, I'm just using some brown stain and going in that line. I'll paint the top portion of that honey jar yellow, and then for my honey words, I'm also going to stain those in my Craftsmart stain in brown. And then I also painted my little honeycombs in this yellow chalk paint. And then to assemble, what I would recommend is using a clear glue. You can use clear craft glue. I've used clear Gorilla Glue. Clear is probably the best, so that if you have any seeping glue come out from your pieces, you aren't going to see it, and it's going to be easier to clean up. And then I just use a end of a skewer stick to put my glue onto those smaller pieces. Like I said, then you're not having a ton of glue seeping through all of your pieces. And I just assemble it the way that I think it looks good, and that is it for my honey jar. And then I'm going to move on to our garland kit, which I just love this one. So I'm going to paint this honeycomb piece in some yellow chalk paint from Waverly, and once that's all painted, I'm going to paint this honey dipper, and I'm going to paint that with my parchment paint, and then I am going to paint it with my yellow chalk paint. And really, you can just paint these the way that you want it, the way that you think looks best. These are just the colors that I chose to do. And then I'll assemble it all using some craft glue. I'm just using the clear craft glue that I got from the Dollar Tree, so it doesn't have to be anything fancy. And I will just assemble all of my pieces with my end of my skewer stick to get the glue on my smaller pieces. And then I'm going to take some wood beads, and I am going to paint half of them in my Craftsmart stain in brown. I just put them in this little plastic container, put the lid on it, and shook them all around. And then I'm just going to wipe up all the excess on a paper towel. And then I'm going to make 2 tassels for my garland. I'm just going to start by wrapping my twine around a piece of cardboard about 10 times. I'll tie a knot around the top portion, and then I'm going to string my beads on, just doing a pattern of the stain bead and the natural colored bead. I'll tie a knot around the top portion of my garland, and then I just wrap around multiple times around the top of that garland and tie a double knot, and then I'll attach my honey dipper on an excess piece of twine and tie that in a couple knots to make sure that that stays in place. And then I'm just going to do the exact same thing for the other side. I'll make a second garland and attach my honeycomb piece, and that is it for this garland for my tiered tray. So I'm going to take my rolling pins. I put painter's tape around all of the end pieces to make sure that they didn't get painted. I'm going to paint my rolling pins in my parchment chalk paint, in my yellow chalk paint, and then in my Craftsmart stain in brown. And then I cut out these decals using my Cricut. I used the font Four Seasons from Cricut Access, and I just cut these out that says Farm Fresh, Buzz, and Honey Bee. I think these were so cute. And then I'm going to take some of this buffalo check ribbon. I'm going to put it on 2 of my rolling pins, and I just hot glued those down. And then I'm going to take some twine and make 2 really small twine bows. I just did a simple shoelace kind of bow to them, and I'm going to hot glue those to the buffalo check ribbon. And then for my third rolling pin, I'm going to take some twine and just wrap it around the other end of the rolling pin a couple times and tie it in a double knot. I'll cut off the excess, and that is it for my rolling pin DIYs. For this one, I'm going to take this little palette that you can get over at Dollar Tree. And then I'm also going to take these wooden mini flower pots that I picked up from Hobby Lobby. I'm going to start by painting the palette in my Craft Smart chalk paint in parchment, and I just made sure to paint the entire thing. And then I'm going to take 2 of those mini wooden planters and I'm going to paint those in my Waverly chalk paint in this yellow color. I believe it's called Maize. And I'm just going to give those one good coat. I'm going to take some twine and I'm going to tie it around the top portion of those little planters. And I'm also going to use that twine to attach it to the palette itself. I just went in between those planks of wood and tied a couple double knots. And then I did extra secure it with some hot glue towards the bottom of the planter to the palette. And then I'm going to take some white florals that I had. I'm just going to bunch them together, stick them down into the little planters. And then again, I'm just going to tie a couple little bows using some twine. I'll hot glue those to the front of the planters. And then I'm going to go in with some more of these adorable little wooden beads, and I'm just going to hot glue a couple of those down, and that is it for this DIY. Now for this one, I got this jar over at the Dollar Tree. I'm going to give it one good coat of my yellow maize chalk paint, and then once I have that all painted and dried, I'm going to go back over it with my parchment colored chalk paint. I wanted some of that yellow to poke through the parchment color just to tie in a little bit of cute yellow to it. And once all of that paint is dry, I'm going to go over it with this decal that I cut out using my Cricut, and I'm just going to stick it on the top and then kind of drag it down so it covers a good portion of that jar. I just made sure all of that was stuck down to the jar, and then I found these absolutely adorable florals over at Hobby Lobby. I'm not exactly sure what they're called, but I just imagine these being the little pollens that bees carry around, and I just thought that they were perfect for this DIY. I just stuck those down in the jar. I will attach the little metal piece that was around this jar when I picked it up from Dollar Tree, and that is it for this DIY. I think this is so super adorable. Now for this one, I picked up this birdhouse from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to paint it in my maize colored chalk paint, and I'm just going to give this one good coat. After all of the yellow is on it, I'm going to go in with some of my brown stain, and I'm just going to use that to kind of distress it around all of the edges and sides. And then I'm going to take some twine and I'm going to add some hot glue around the hole in the front, and I'm going to add the twine around that hole. And then I'm not sure what happened to the footage, but I did also add twine to the little perch on the front. And then as well, I added some of my honeycomb vinyl decals to it. Again, I'm not sure where that footage went of me putting those on, but I put some of those on, and then I also added some of my little wooden beads, and that's all you gotta do for this DIY.
Can you have a bee themed video without making your own little beehive? So what I'm gonna do is grab one of these terracotta pots that I picked up from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to do this really simple and really easy, just going to hot glue some twine all the way around it.
Like I said, you're just going to wrap and glue that twine all the way around your planter, and when you get to the top, you're just going to continue to add some glue and glue that twine all in a circle on the top. I took a black paint pen and I drew a circle on the front of the little beehive, and I colored that in with the paint pen as well. And then I'm going to take some more twine and just hot glue that around the black circle so that it looks like a little opening to the beehive. And then to finish it off, I added one of my wooden bees. So all I had to do was measure out the picture on the back. I just first started by cutting out the honey picture, and then I placed my tag on top of it, cut off the excess that was hanging over the tag, and then I just attached it using a glue stick. and I grabbed some of my buffalo check ribbon. I placed that over the top portion of the picture just so that you wouldn't see that seam. I just used some hot glue and then wrapped the ribbon to the back and hot glued that down. I'm gonna tie a simple jute bow and hot glue that down to the buffalo check ribbon, and that is all you have to do for this DIY. For this DIY, I took 2 of these wooden cubes that you can pick up from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to remove all the stickers on there, and then I'm going to go in and paint it with my Maze Color Chalk Paint from Waverly. I'm going to paint all of the sides, and I'm just going to do one good coat on both of those blocks. Once those are dry, I'm going to hot glue them together, and I'm going to hot glue them offset so they're not just straight perfectly in a line. And then I am going to take some of the vinyl decals that I cut out with my Cricut, and I'm just going to use these as a stencil. So I just started basically using them as stickers, and I'm placing them around my cubes in the same kind of honeycomb shape, and I just did it on 2 of the sides, kind of using some of the extra pieces to wrap around the corners, and I just continued to place those decals on there until I got it the way that I liked it. And then I'm going to take some of my parchment colored chalk paint, and I'm just going to use that to lightly dry brush over all of my cubes, all of the sides of them. And once I've gotten everything dry brushed and that parchment color is on all of the sides, I'm going to remove those vinyl decals, and it's just going to leave this cute honeycomb pattern on my blocks. And then I'll go in with some more of those adorable wooden bees and hot glue a couple of those down. And that is it for this DIY. So I'm going to take one of these tile signs that you can pick up from the Dollar Tree. The tile portion in the middle comes out really easy. I'm going to use a vinyl decal that I cut out, and this is the transfer tape that I absolutely love. This is from Expressions Vinyl. I'll have it linked down below. I get questions about what vinyl transfer tape that I use all the time. This is it, and it's my absolute favorite. I just cut out a little Hello Sunshine using that same Four Seasons font from Cricut Access, and I just placed that down in the corner of my sign, and then I am going to reattach my frame down to the sign just using a little bit of hot glue in all of the corners. And then I'm going to take some of this white flower greenery that I had and a sunflower, and I'm just going to kind of cut those down until I get the length of them that I want. I'm going to arrange them in a corner of the sign, and I'm going to hot glue those down. I'll hot glue the sunflower right on top. I only ended up using one, and then I'll finish it off by tying a buffalo check ribbon into a bow, hot gluing that right down in the corner where the flower is, and that is it for this sunflower sign. Now for this DIY, I thought this was so much fun. I took one of my wood slices that I got from Arteza. I'll have those linked down below, and I just cut them in half using my miter saw in my garage. I cut out this vinyl decal using my Cricut, and this was just a sunflower, and I sliced it in half, and then I'm just going to place that on top of the wood. Now I'll say that adding vinyl onto just bare wood is a little bit difficult, so if you want to make your life a little bit easier, add some Mod Podge to it first, and that will get the vinyl to stick down way easier than just onto a natural piece of wood. So I just line those up, and then once I have the decals onto my wood slices, I'm going to take this buffalo check ribbon and I'm going to hot glue that on the bottom portion of my wood round, and that's all you got to do for this DIY. Now for this last one, I'm going to take this little mini terracotta pot that I had from I think it was a piece that I picked up from Michael's a long time ago, and it's just been sitting in my drawer. So I grabbed this and I'm going to paint it in my parchment colored chalk paint. Once that is completely dried, I'm going to take these picks that I picked up in the wedding section from Hobby Lobby. I'm not exactly sure what these are called, but I thought these looked perfect to go along with my bee theme, and I'm going to take a couple of those out. I'm going to place a styrofoam ball into my terracotta pot. I'll add some hot glue and put some Spanish moss on top to cover up that styrofoam so you don't see it. And then I just started adding in a couple sunflowers and then those kind of honeycomb looking picks. And that's all you got to do for this DIY. I think this looks super summery and matches perfectly with my bees. And I loved the way that this one turned out. Now I'm just going to go ahead and take my tier tray and put everything together. Now a couple of the pieces didn't fit in this particular tier tray. They were a little bit too tall. I do have a couple of tier trays that my floral jar and my cubes will definitely fit in. So really it just is going to depend on how big your tier tray is for some of these projects. But I figured I could put these to the side and kind of decorate with them, and then if I wanted to add them to a different tier tray, then I definitely could. But I just mess around with the arrangement and the placement of all of my pieces in my tier tray until it satisfies my eye, until I think that it just looks great, and that's all I do to decorate my tier tray. I'm going to take one of these wooden circles that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I took it out to my saw in the garage and I cut it into 3 different sections. Just make sure you're being careful when you cut these. So I'm just going to start by painting the outside portions in this dark green. It's from Waverly. I believe it's called Morganite, but I could be wrong. And then on the top portion, I am going to do a stripe of a lighter green, and this is in my Waverly chalk paint and celery. After that, I'm going to paint all the inside portions in my Waverly chalk paint and lacquer. So essentially, you're just going to paint these to look like a watermelon. You got your dark green, your light green, and your red. I also did mix up a little bit of pink, so all I did was take my red Waverly chalk paint and add a little bit of white to it, because watermelons aren't just one plain color with the red. They got, you know, that lighter pink streaks throughout it, so I did do that to kind of give it a little bit more dimension and so that it kind of resembled a watermelon just that much more. After I've got all of that on there, I'm going to take a really small detailed brush and my black chalk paint from Waverly. It's in ink, and I'm just going to create the little seeds just by tapping it on there as best as I could.
Some of them kind of looked like cheetah print, but you know, it'll be fine. After all my seeds are painted, I'm just gonna place them in this adorable little galvanized bucket that I got from Hobby Lobby. I tied a little bit of some twine around it, and that's it for this DIY. For this one, I'm going to take one of these palettes that you can get from the Dollar Tree, and again, I'm going to do the green, the light green, and then I did add some white and then some red. So again, you're just going to paint this to resemble a watermelon. So this first little slat on there, painting in my darker green, I did go over like the last fourth of that slat with some of my celery chalk paint. And then I painted more of that celery chalk paint on the next one. And then I did add a little bit of a stripe of white between the celery and the red. So then for the rest of your slats, you're just going to go ahead and paint that all in a red paint, making sure that you get all of the inside little slats there that you can see. And I completely forgot to paint the sides of this, so I am gonna have to go back through and paint the sides so that it's a finished piece. Once everything is painted, I'm going to take some black paint again with a little detailed brush, and I'm just going to put some seeds down in, you know, that watermelon U kind of shape, just on those middle two slats. And then I cut out this decal using my Cricut. It says Sweet Summertime. I'm going to cut that into two different words, place it on my transfer tape, which I get from expressionsfinal.com. I always have that linked in my description box. And then I'm just going to place my decals onto my little sign, kind of center them as best as I possibly can, remove the transfer tape, and you got this adorable Sweet Summertime watermelon sign. So this is probably my absolute favorite piece in my whole watermelon kit. You guys know how much I love the gnomes, and how adorable is he with his little watermelon hat. I just think it's so cute. So one thing that I've learned over all of this painting every single kit is paint markers are your friend. I don't know how long that I would spend painting it with paintbrushes and dipping back and forth and making a mess. For these kinds of things where you kind of need that, you know, precision paint job, paint markers are so much easier to use. So I have these paint markers from Arteza. I'll link them down in my description box, but they came in, they were so handy with this. Obviously, you can use some regular paint for your bigger pieces. Right here, I wanted to make sure that my red was all the same color, so I just filled in those portions with my red paint marker. But for his beard, for example, that's a pretty big piece, and using a paint marker on that would probably take a while. So I just used some regular paint, just my Waverly chalk paint and silver lining, and I went over his entire beard, and then I switched back to the paint markers for his feet and then for the watermelon in his hands. So I just think these are so much fun, going through and painting them all, and I've absolutely loved seeing all of your guys' pictures of them all complete and on your trays. I'll insert some pictures here of some of my customers' pictures. They are adorable. You guys are doing such a fantastic job, and I'm so happy that you guys are loving them just as much as I do. I just think they're so much fun. So now when you are gluing these together, one thing that I like doing is using some clear glue. This is just glue from the Dollar Tree. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, but I do like using clear just in case it seeps out. You're not having glue showing between, you know, your two pieces. And there is the little gnome all finished and complete. I think he is so stinking cute. Now, I thought these were so much fun as well. You got your little watermelon flip-flops. So again, I'm going to use just some regular good old paint for this. You don't necessarily need a paint marker to paint the flip-flop. And the nice thing is that you can still see those engraved lines, so you can just paint the black seeds over the red, which is what I'll do here in a minute. So I'm just going to paint my flip-flops in my red chalk paint and lacquer from Waverly
Once that is all finished and complete, I'm going to take the little top portions of the flip-flops, don't know what those are called, the parts that hold your feet in, and I'm going to paint that with my Waverly chalk paint and celery. And I just went over it with one good coat. I didn't do anything too crazy or too fancy with this one. And once those are painted, then I'm going to take my paint marker and go over those seeds that are engraved on the flip-flops. Really easy to do, especially with a paint marker. So I just go through and fill in all of those seeds. Then I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to take my clear glue from the Dollar Tree and I'll glue on that top portion to my flip-flop. There are engraved lines so you know exactly where to place them. And that's it. So easy, and they are so stinking cute. Now for this next DIY, I had my husband cut me out a cutting board with our laser, and he also cut me out 3 pieces of a circle. Just took a circle, cut it into 4 pieces. There you have it. I was doing this and I'm like, why is this not a part of my kit? This is so cute. So this piece inspired a piece that is going to be in my watermelon kit. I just think it was absolutely adorable. So I am just going to take my cutting board and I'm going to stain it using my Waverly Wax and Antique. And I'm actually using a baby wipe. I've had some of my subscribers recommend this technique and I love the way that this turned out with using a baby wipe to wipe on my wax. I just think it's so cute. And then I'm going to take my 3 little wedges, doing the exact same thing with some darker green, lighter green, and then red, and then painting on your seeds. Really easy. Again, the thing that I like about painting watermelons is you don't have to be perfect with it. Watermelons blend together. There are all sorts of imperfectness. They have a lot of imperfections, and I think that's what's great about painting them, because I don't have to be perfect. So I'm just going to paint all 3 of my wedges, get those looking all nice, and once those are completely dry, I am going to hot glue them onto my cutting board. Now for this one, I'm going to hot glue them all in a line, which I think is really cute. You'll see that the one in my kit is a little bit different, but I think that one is super adorable as well. So this is all you got to do for this DIY. I think this turned out so cute. You have little watermelon slices on a cutting board. I just think it's so fun. So for this one, I'm going to take this black chalkboard that actually came off a piece from the Dollar Tree, came off one of those tags, and I'm going to take some large popsicle sticks. I'm going to measure how long I want these popsicle sticks to be because I'm going to paint popsicles on them. So I just cut 2 of those out to the size that I wanted them, and then I'm going to take my Waverly chalk paint in white and I'm going to paint this chalkboard. I did do about 2 good coats on there, and then I'm going to take those popsicle sticks and again following the same watermelon routine, doing some dark green, some light green, and then some red, adding your seeds on there. It's pretty self-explanatory, really easy to do. Just painting some stripes is really all it takes. So nothing too complicated here. Once that is done, I'm going to go back over to my little chalkboard. I'm going to distress it using some Waverly chalk paint in mineral. And I just went over it, distressed it, and then I'm going to add some faux shiplap lines using a ruler as a guide for my lines, and then I just use that same ruler as a spacer in between each line. And so it created 4 lines on there, and then I deepened up the lines using my same Waverly chalk paint in mineral. I'm going to go over that a little bit more, and then to kind of blend it in, I wanted to use a baby wipe, and I just kind of smeared those lines around, and I really like the effect that it gave. So I'm just loving the distress little backing on this one. I thought it turned out really cute. And then I'm going to take a white marker and I'm just going to draw some little highlight lines around my popsicles, and then I'm going to hot glue my popsicles down to my sign. I didn't want these to be evenly, spaced on my board, so I put one a little bit higher than my other one. I just like
the levels that it gives this sign. And then I was going to draw on my popsicle sticks, and I thought, you know what, why not just use some popsicle sticks? So I cut some popsicle sticks down using my miter shears. I left them completely plain in that, you know, plain wood color that popsicles normally have. And I just hot glued those in place. And that's all you're going to do for this DIY. I think this one turned out so cute. For this one, I'm going to grab one of these mini mason jars that I got in a pack from Amazon. I'll have those linked down below. And I'm going to, once again, paint this into a watermelon. So first, I'm going to take my lighter color and I'm going to paint the bottom third in this color. Now, one thing that I will say is that between each coat, when you're painting on mason jars or glass in general, you want to make sure that those first layers are completely drying before you go back over with your second layer, or else it's just going to lift the paint up and you're going to have to go over a billion times. So I made sure to put my mason jar to the side in between each coat so that each coat could dry completely. And that's what I did for all of it. So I'm going to paint the bottom portion in that light celery color. I'm going to paint the top portion in my red. And then I'm going to go over the celery color with some stripes of my darker green. And then I'm going to use my black paint marker again to draw on seeds all over the red portion. And then I do take a white marker as well, and I go in between the green and the red and just kind of draw a line around the two. And then I'm just going to take some white florals that I had left in my stash, stick them right in, and you have this adorable watermelon planter. For this one, I thought, you know what, you can't have a summer watermelon theme without some ants. Ants and watermelon, they go together. So I'm going to take this tile that I had left over from a sign from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to take some scrapbook paper that I got from Michael's. I just traced the size of the tile, and then I'm going to use a glue stick to glue my scrapbook paper down to my tile. And then using my Cricut, I cut out this super cute little ant. I'm going to just weed my vinyl, add it onto some transfer tape from Expressions Vinyl, and then add my little ant to my scrapbook paper. Now, I was feeling like this sign was looking a little too plain, so I decided to take some burlap ribbon and I just cut this into strips. And I just hot glued this around the border of the tile, so it gave it a fun little border to it. And I just thought this turned out really, really cute. And I love the fact that this tray is going to incorporate some ants. If you have any other really cute ant DIYs that you can think of, let me know. I was racking my brain trying to figure out what I could do. I was tempted to go on Amazon, see if I could find some like little ant toys, like little miniature ants, but I didn't. So if you have any other ant ideas, please let me know in the comments down below, because I think it would add so much fun to my tray. For this one, you guys know I absolutely love these little wooden rolling pins that you can get from Hobby Lobby. I'm just going to use one in this video, and I'm going to paint this again just like a watermelon. So this middle one is going to be red, and then on the ends I'm going to paint them in my light celery green, and then the handles will be painted in my darker green. I'll add some seeds with my black paint. Really easy to do. You could add some words on here, that would be really cute, but I just liked the simplicity of this one. After I've gotten everything painted and it's all dry, I'm going to take some gray and white buffalo check ribbon. I'm going to tie it around the top portion and tie it in a bow, and that's all you got to do for this one. I think these are so cute. Again, you could grab multiple of these, write sweet summertime on them, juicy, fresh watermelon, you know, all the watermelon words, and that would be really cute as well. And then for our last one, I'm going to take one of these little trinket dishes that I got from the Dollar Tree quite a while ago, and I'm going to start by painting the bottom portion in my dark green. And I only did one coat of this because I liked the fact that some portions looked darker than others, and it had a bunch of, kind of dimension with that light and darkness to it, and that's what a watermelon looks like. It's not just one solid perfect color. So I did just do the one coat on the bottom, and then I also took that same color and went around the rim on the top portion. Once that was dry, I'm going to take my celery chalk paint and I am going to paint on the inside all around that rim until you get the flat portion of the trinket tray, if that makes sense. So you'll paint the entire rim before it goes flat. And I did do a couple of coats of this one, again making sure to set this to the side, let it completely dry and cool down, especially if you're using a heat gun on it. Let it cool completely down before you add your next coat. That's just what my experience has been. If it's hot and you try painting over it for a second coat, it's just going to lift that first coat up. So I just did that with the green, and then for the red, again, having to do multiple coats of this, just making sure that it's completely dry and cooled down before I went in with my second coat. And then I'm just going to use some of this pink mixture that I created with some red and some white. And I just kind of dabbed this in between my green and my red, give it a little bit more dimension. And then I'm going to add my seeds using a small detailed paintbrush and some black paint. And I think this is so cute to sit on your tray and add other little trinkets to it. You could put your beads from your garland on there or whatever little pieces that you have. I just think this one is so adorable. Now I'm going to go ahead and put my tray all together. I'm going to add everything. I just kind of lay everything out and then just start adding my pieces. And I switch it around probably about 1,000 times until I get it the way that I like it. And that's it. I think this turned out so adorable. Let me know what you think in the comments.
We're going to take some fabric that we got from the Dollar Tree, some ribbon that we got from the Dollar Tree, and some florals that I think came from Michael's. But any kind of sunflower florals that you can find that are on the smaller side is perfect. You're going to need 5 of those flowers, and then I'm going to cut 6 strips of this fabric, probably a good 2 inches in length per strip. And I just cut them, probably like a 1/4 of an inch wide, I would say, and then 2 inches long. And I cut 6 of those. And then I'm also going to take that ribbon that we got from the Dollar Tree. Now, I didn't like the shiny sides to this. So what I ended up doing was measuring out how long I needed this to be. And then I took my scissors and I cut the shiny strips on both sides off. And then it was, less plasticky looking and more of kind of just, rustic and shredded frayed on the sides. if you know what I mean. So I just cut 6 of those as well because I am going to be layering that on top of the fabric that we got from the Dollar Tree. Now I'm just going to take a piece of twine and I'm going to tie the fabric and the ribbon that I have layered on top of each other to the twine. Next, I'm just going to do a pattern of adding my sunflower. I just added a little bit of hot glue to the back, wrapped that twine around the back, let that dry, and then I'm going to repeat those same steps. I'll add my ribbon on, add my sunflower, my ribbon, my sunflower, and I'm going to keep repeating those steps until I have run out of my sunflowers and my fabric and ribbon. So 6 ribbon pieces, 5 flower pieces. This is going to be a little banner for my tier tray that you can wrap around one of your tiers and tie in the back and have this cute little banner to go on your tier tray. But that's all you have to do to create this banner. Super easy, super fast, and I think this looks so cute. For this DIY, I'm going to grab one of these wooden houses that I actually got in a pack from the Target dollar spot. I believe they were $5 for 3. And I'm going to take my Waverly chalk paint in plaster and I'm going to give the entire thing, besides the front, one good coat of chalk paint. Next, I'm going to take this scrapbook paper pack. This is the Gather at Home. You can purchase this off my website, moredecalanddecor.com. And I am going to use the gingham print scrapbook paper. I'm going to just put my house on top and trace that scrapbook paper out, cut it out with a pair of scissors, and I'm going to add this to the front of my house. And to do that, I'm just going to use my good old glue stick, nothing too fancy. I always feel like this works just fine. If you want to use a Mod Podge or something else, you totally can, but I just personally like a glue stick. I add that onto my house and I do go around the sides with an X-Acto knife to get any hanging pieces off the sides. Now I'm going to take these letter tiles that I found at the Dollar Tree. I'm going to take them to spell out "You Pick," and I'm going to add one of these paper flowers that I got in a pack from Michael's. So I'm going to just start by hot gluing my paper flower down to the very top of my house, and then I will start hot gluing my letter tiles down to the house as well. Now once I have all of those glued down to my house, I'm going to take a little bit of twine, I'm going to wrap it around the bottom about 2 times, tying a knot on the side, and that is it for this DIY. This one looks super cute, and I think it's perfect for my tier tray. So for my first sunflower kit from my website, I'm going to take the truck that we've made. This comes in several different pieces, so you're going to want to start by painting each of your pieces. I like to set mine out, kind of figure out what colors I'm going to paint them first, and then kind of paint them by group. So for these 3 pieces, this is the base, and then the 2 truck bed rails, I am going to use my Waverly Wax and Antique to paint all 3 of those pieces. And I just like to use this kind of like a stain. I put it on and then with a paper towel kind of rub off the excess, and I love the look that it gives. You could also use a baby wipe to wipe off the excess, which I think looks really great as well. Now I'm going to take my Dixie Belle chalk paint in Barn Red, and I'm going to paint my entire truck in this color. You can paint the back. You'll notice that I did not later, just for time's sake, but painting the back will definitely finish it off, give it a really nice and finished look. So if you don't want to paint the back, you definitely don't have to, especially if it's going to be on a tier tray. Nobody's going to see the back. But if you're one of those people that have to have your pieces completed, then just go ahead and paint the back in this color as well. Now I'm going to use a paint pen to paint a lot of these items. So for the wheels, I will use my black paint pen from Arteza. I'll try to link them down below for you guys. I typically get them off of Amazon, so if you want to check there, you definitely can. But I'm going to use the black for the wheels, and then I have this other yellow. I want to say that this was the Bumblebee yellow. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that that's what it was. There were several different yellows in the pack, but this one was perfect for the sunflower. And then for the middle of the sunflower, I am going to use my Waverly Wax and Antique. And then one thing that I didn't show that I'm now noticing is that the one piece of the truck, I used a gray paint pen from Arteza. The name of that piece is totally escaping my brain at the moment, but you'll see it when I'm all putting it all together. So to put your pieces together, I use just some gel super glue. This is just from the Dollar Tree. Typically I like to use the Gorilla Glue gel super glue, but I don't have any at the moment. So I am just using this gel super glue from the Dollar Tree, which works just as well. So here I'm just putting all of my pieces together using that gel super glue. For the bed of the truck, I'm going to put my sunflower down right next to my truck so that they are touching, add my super glue, and then I'll add that railing of the bed of the truck on top of that so it's glued to both the sunflower and the truck itself. And then flip it on its back. You have your second rail for the bed of your truck, and you're going to add some super glue to that, add it to the back of your truck, and then add your truck to the stand, and that is it for this kit. For this next one, a personal favorite of mine, I'm going to start by taking some Waverly chalk paste and plaster, and for the main kind of arch window piece, I'm going to use that color and paint the entire thing. You don't have to paint the middle of the flower if you don't want to, because it is just going to be covered up by the main flower. So I just tried to paint as much, as I thought necessary. And then again, taking a paint pen from Arteza, I'm just going to use this yellow color and paint my sunflower. And then for the middle portion of my sunflower, I'm going to take some scrapbook paper. This is the Sunflower Market Scrapbook Paper Pack. Again, you can purchase this off my website, moredecaldecor.com, and I am going to use a little piece of some paper from that pack and glue it to the middle of my sunflower. I thought this was really cute. The colors were really pretty and had little sunflowers on it, so I just thought it was perfect. And then I'm just going to super glue the middle onto the flower, super glue the flower onto the arch, and that is it for this one. Really, really easy, and I just think this looks so cute. For this kit, this is the sunflower garland kit. You have some beads and twine, and then your sunflower. I'm going to take my Dixie Belle chalk paint in Rebel Yellow, and I'm going to use that to paint the back piece of my sunflower. So I just painted the entire thing in one coat of this paint. Going in again with another paint pen. You guys, these are my best friend when it comes to these kits because they are so much easier to use than a small paintbrush and paint. It's just way, way easier. So I just used a yellow on the cutout of the flower, your second piece, and then for your third layer on top, I'm just using my Waverly Wax and Antique. Now I'm going to stain the beads with that same Waverly Wax and Antique, and I just use the bag that it's going to come in. I just poured a little bit of that wax in there, and then I'm just going to shake it all up, make sure that that wax gets all over those beads. This is the fastest way to do it. I have found painting beads can be a lot of work, but this way I have found it looks really cute and it's super fast. So I just pour it onto a paper towel after I'm done with it and wipe as much of the wax off as I possibly can. Take my heat gun to it, dry it off as much as I can, and then I string the beads onto some twine that also comes in the kit. And then I'm going to string the twine through the sunflower tie that in a knot so it is attached to my garland, and then I am going to make myself a little tassel. So to do that, I'm going to take some twine and I'm going to wrap it around my hand about 15 times. Once I've done that, you're just going to cut off the end and use the other end of the garland, the remaining twine that's on there, string it through the top and tie a double knot so your tassel is attached to your garland. Then you're going to take an excess piece of twine, wrap it around the middle of your tassel, tie a knot, and then just wrap and wrap and wrap as many times as you want, however thick you want that middle to be. And then you're just going to tie that off in a double knot. Cut the loops apart at the end of your tassel. Give it a little haircut so the twine is all nice and even. And that is it for my sunflower garland kit. Really, really easy. I just think that this looks so adorable on a tiered tray. For this DIY, I found this wooden cutting board from the Dollar Tree. I had only found one. I was so bummed. I'm going to have to go scour for some more of these because how adorable are they? I used my Waverly chalk paint and plaster to paint the entire thing, front and back and sides. Just gave it all one good coat. Next, I'm going to take some buffalo check stickers that I got from Hobby Lobby, I believe, and I'm going to use the letters H, M, and E, and then one of these paper sunflowers from Michaels to spell out the word home. So I just kind of lined everything up as best as I could. It's not perfect, but you know, you could probably measure things out if you wanted. I just kind of eyeballed it and it worked perfect for me, so just kind of figured out where each letter was going to go, try to line it up as good as I could, and then I just stuck those down, hot glued my sunflower down to the cutting board as well, and then I'm going to take some twine, add a little bit of hot glue to the back of the handle, and then wrap that twine around and around and around until I have as much on there as I think looks good, and then I'm just going to cut off the excess twine and hot glue it in place. And then to finish off this DIY, I'm going to take another piece of twine, wrap it around my thumb and my index finger 2 times, then with an excess piece of twine, wrap that around the middle and tie a double knot, and you have yourself a super cute twine bow. I am just going to add a little bit of hot glue onto the back of that, glue it down to my cutting board, cut off the tails, and that is it for this DIY. Really, really easy, and I think this one turned out, you guessed it, super cute. For this DIY, this is probably one of the easiest DIYs on today's video. I found these 2 little vases, I guess they could be called, from the Target dollar spot. They came in a pack of 3, and I want to say they were $3 or $5. I also have these paper sunflowers from the Dollar Tree. I'm just going to take 2 of those sunflowers, hot glue them to the very front of my little vases, and then add some twine around the top of each vase, just around and around, around. I think I went around probably about 4 times, and then I just tied maybe 3 or 4 knots in the front, and that is all you got to do for this one. I did this for both of my vases. They look exactly the same, and I just thought that this added a fun little pop of yellow, and I liked the ceramic look to the vases as well, so I thought this one was fun. For this DIY, you are going to start out with some more of this Dollar Tree fabric. I just cut a little strip of it off. I also have one of these galvanized watering cans that you can get from Hobby Lobby, really cheap. I want to say maybe $2 or $3. And I am just going to take that fabric, wrap it around the middle, and tie it in about 4 knots. Now I'm going to take some more of these sunflowers that I got from Michaels. I just cut a couple of them off, added a small styrofoam ball to the bottom of my watering can to kind of keep these flowers in place, and I just stuck the flowers and these little baby breath pieces down inside of there, and then that's really about it. This took me like 5 minutes to do, and I think it looks gorgeous on my tiered tray. For this DIY, you are going to take this Gather at Home mega pad from my website, and I'm going to use some more of this buffalo check print scrapbook paper on one of these square scrap wood pieces that you can get from the Dollar Tree, and I am just going to cut that out with some scissors, use my trusty old glue stick to apply the glue to the front of the wood square, add my scrapbook paper to the front, make sure it's all nice and stuck down. Use an X-Acto knife to get any of that scrap edges off there. Take one of these Dollar Tree sunflowers. I just glued the leaves to the back of the sunflower and then glued the whole thing to the front of this square, and that is it for this one. For this DIY, you are going to take 2 of these mini wooden rolling pins from Hobby Lobby, my Sunflower Market Mega Pack that you can get from my website, and I just chose 2 different designs from this scrapbook paper pack. The one with the sunflowers and the ones with the bees, because you know you can't have sunflowers without some bees. They kind of go together. So I'm just going to measure out my paper around the rolling pin middle, and I just kind of measured it by eyeballing and using my pen to kind of figure out how long it was going to be, and I'm just going to cut my paper out as best as I possibly can. It definitely is not perfect, so don't worry on making it too precise. So I'm just going to roll this paper around my rolling pin. I added some hot glue to one end of my scrapbook paper and pressed that against my rolling pin, and then I just rolled the rest of the paper around my rolling pin, added some more hot glue to the other end of the paper, and then rolled it up so that it was all nice and secure, so the paper is stuck to your rolling pin. And I did that to both of my rolling pins. Then to finish it off, give it kind of a finishing touch, I took some scraps of that fabric that I had from the Dollar Tree, tied it around each end of my rolling pin, and then I followed these exact same steps for my other rolling pin, but instead of the fabric, I just used some twine and I just wrapped it around a couple times, gave it a couple double knots on there, and that is all you gotta do for these super cute rolling pins. For this DIY, I'm going to take one of these Chacator mini signs. I think these are like the 3x3 or 3.5x3.5 signs. And one of their transfers, this bee transfer, just really stuck out to me. I thought it was really cute. And like I said, bees and sunflowers definitely have to go together. So I'm just going to take that transfer, fuzz it and fuzz it and fuzz it, because this one was extra sticky, and I added it to my little mini sign, grabbed my chalk paste in black, added my paste to my transfer, and that's what you got to do for this DIY. Really, really fast and easy, super cute. If you want to check out Chacator, I'll link them in the description box below. They have some really great promos for May, buy 2 get 1 free, so make sure to check those out. For this DIY, again, taking that same fabric from the Dollar Tree, cutting myself out a little strip, and then I also found this wooden fence piece from the Dollar Tree. Again, I was only able to find one of these. I don't know how I was lucky enough to just get one, but I found this one, and I'm going to take that fabric, wrap it around the bottom, and hot glue that into place. Next, I'm going to take some more of that fabric and just tie it into a little bow by taking it into 2 loops and tying it like you would your shoelace. I'm also going to grab some of these paper flowers that I got in a pack from Michael's, and I just laid 3 of them out in a diagonal line and used my hot glue gun to secure these in a place. And then I'm going to hot glue that bow to the top corner of my fence. Lastly, I'm going to take these little wooden bees that I got in a pack off of Amazon last year. I will have them linked in my description box because these are too dang cute not to use all over your bee and summer decor. I personally like taking the little sticky bottom off of it because I like to secure it with hot glue. I feel like it's, you know, more stuck down than the little sticky pads that they use. But I just hot glue these into a couple random places, and that is it for this one. I think this one turned out too stinking cute. I'm going to grab 2 of these wood craft cubes from the Dollar Tree plus some Dixie Belle paint. I've been absolutely loving this, so if you ever want to check it out, I will always have it linked down below. I have been in search of new chalk paint, a new favorite, since I can no longer find Waverly chalk paint at my local Walmart. So I found this online and have been absolutely loving it. So like I said, if you're ever interested, it will be linked in my description box. So I'm just going to paint one of the cubes in this vintage duck egg, and then the other cube will be in this mustard yellow. I just think both of these colors are so pretty for fall, and I only did 1 coat for both of them. And then I found these really pretty scrapbook paper pieces from a pack that I picked up from Michael's for fall, and I'm just going to trace out one side for both of them, and then with a glue stick I'm just going to glue both of those onto the front. And once those are nice and stuck on there, I am going to grab some sandpaper and just go over the edges a little bit, making sure that I've gotten off all of the excess paper that is hanging over the ends. Then I also like it because I do feel like it adds a bit of a more rustic look to the finished piece as well. After I've gotten those done, I'm going to take these branches that I got in a pack from Dollar Tree. Obviously, you can go outside and cut your own branches down if you'd like, but I just had these ones on hand. I hot glued them both to the top of my little pumpkins, and then I'm also going to take some ribbon. For one, I'm going to take some buffalo check ribbon and just tie a simple shoelace bow with it, and hot glue that down to the bottom of my stem. And then for the other one, I had this burlap ribbon that I'm also going to do the exact same thing, just tie it in a simple school shoelace bow, and hot glue that down to the bottom of my stem. And that's it for this DIY. Super easy, and I think these are gorgeous. For this one, I'm going to take a pack of these cotton balls that I got from Hobby Lobby, and then also a large foam ball that I think I got from the Dollar Tree, and some skewer sticks. So I'm just going to start by hot gluing the skewer sticks to the bottom of my cotton balls, or cotton pods, I should say. And once I've gotten all of those on there, I'm just going to start putting the cotton pod right into the foam ball, just like that. And I did end up cutting down the skewer sticks a little bit so that they wouldn't have to go too far down in there. But I like doing this because I didn't want to put a whole bunch of hot glue on the foam ball, because that is just going to ruin it. And so I just did this method, and this worked out great. I have a lot of issues when I'm decorating a tier tray that I have a lot of space that I'm not sure what to do with, and I just thought that this would be a really cute filler piece in the back. Obviously I want the back decorated too, but I don't necessarily want to put all the super cute things that I've made in the back where you can't see them. So I thought this would be a perfect filler piece for the back of my tier tray. So this is what it looks like in the end. Now for this one, I'm going to take some of these mini hay bales that I got from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to take 3 of them and I'm going to hot glue 2 together, and then I'm going to take that third one and hot glue it right to the top. And then I also picked up this really pretty vine and twine ribbon from Hobby Lobby. I just tied a knot on 2 ends, and I measured out about how far I needed the ribbon to go because I am going to have this dangling from my tiered tray. So I'm just going to tie a knot on both sides, cut off the excess, and then I'm going to hot glue each side to the side of the bottom hay bale. And then I just grabbed a couple pumpkins that I had from some filler from Hobby Lobby, and I'm just going to hot glue those all over my hay bales. And I just thought this turned out so cute. I think this is by far my favorite project from today. I just absolutely love this one. So I'm just going to hot glue those on, and then you'll be able to hang it from your tier tray. So the great thing about my craft kits is that all you gotta do is just paint them the way you want it. So you're given all of the pieces in an unfinished kit, and you can go through and paint everything in the colors that you're wanting. So I just go through with some stain and I stain my pieces. I also take some Dixie Belle paint, add some water to it, and make that kind of like a stain for my top piece. And one thing I also really like is that we engrave the words into the sign. Where you'll have your letter pieces, you can easily just match up your little letters onto the engraved part on the sign, so that way you get your letters completely straight and you're not having to worry about, you know, trying to make them even or anything. Everything is just already laid out for you. And so that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go through and paint all my pieces. I did add water to a lot of my paints here so that it would act more as a stain rather than a harsh paint, so then you could really see those engraved words come through. You can also use a marker on the words if you want those to be a little bit bolder, which I also did. And then to glue it all together, I just used some gel super glue. This worked really well. This is the Gorilla Gel Super Glue, and I actually really like it. So it held all my pieces together really well, and I just went through and dabbed, you know, a tiny dot of super glue for the letters and put those down. Added some glue down at the bottom for my stand, and then added my arrows, and that's all you gotta do for this kit. I think this is so much fun. Obviously, you can paint it whatever kind of colors you want, whatever color scheme you're going for. I just think this one is so much fun, and it's one of my absolute favorite pieces from my fall kit. And then for this next one, I think this one is so fun as well. So we have this little cutting board with some leaves and the words "Hello Fall." And again, all you gotta do is paint it in the colors that you want. Whatever your favorite fall colors are, just give it a good coat or two. I absolutely love this burnt yellow, a harvesty, you know, dark yellow. I absolutely love this color for fall. So I'm going to paint my cutting board in that color, and then for my leaves and my words, I'm going to go with the burlap shade in the Dixie Belle paint. And I just gave everything one good coat, went in with my super glue and super glued it all together. You can arrange the words and the leaves in any way that you want on here. And then to finish it off, I just grabbed a piece of white twine that I had in my stash. This doesn't come with the kit, but you can use, you know, whatever you have on hand. Ribbon, twine, whatever you want. I just put that in the top and tied a knot, and there you go. Here is my cutting board Hello Fall finished kit. So for this DIY, so easy. You're going to take 3 different size pumpkins. These are, a variation from the Dollar Tree and Walmart. I just grabbed 3, removed all the stems, and then I added some skewer sticks in them so that they would be easier to paint. So one, I'm just going to paint in this apple barrel. I believe it's called Sunset Harvest yellow, I want to say. Maybe. It's one of my favorite colors for fall. So I just gave this 1 coat of that, and then I also grabbed some more apple barrel paint. I don't remember exactly the name of this color, but it's just a very like spicy orange, dark orange kind of color. And then for my last pumpkin, I'm taking the Dixie Belle Vintage Duck Egg and painting that. And then all I'll do to finish it off once everything is dry is just hot glue them together. Biggest pumpkin on the bottom, then your middle-sized pumpkin in the middle, smallest pumpkin on the top. I added the stem back into the little pumpkin at the top, and that's it. You have yourself a cute pumpkin topiary that only cost me less than $1. For this DIY, I'm gonna grab these faux apples that I got off of Amazon. I tried looking everywhere for little apples like this because I wanted them a certain size. Amazon was the only place I could find them, so I got a huge pack of them, and I'm just gonna use 4. So I'm going to start off by removing the stems, and I'm going to put skewer sticks in them because I'm going to make these into little caramel apples. I thought this would be so cute and so, perfect for fall. I'm going to cut the skewer sticks down so it's, a good size for a handle. And then I'm going to take this apple barrel paint in the shade caramel, just a classic caramel. And I love this because it does have a bit of a gloss to it too. So it really looks like that caramel, caramel on the apples. Now I'm going to go through and paint my apples. I didn't paint all the way up to the top because I wanted to make it look like it had been dipped in. Now the best way that I found to do this was to take thick coats of paint. So I first started off painting it just like up and down, but after that first coat I realized doing it in circles is better and with a very thick coat of paint on your brush. So just kind of spinning your skewer stick while your paint is going on there, if that makes sense. You can see what I'm doing here, but I did this 3 times and I did not use a heat gun or anything in between coats. I let it completely air dry and then I set it up to air dry overnight, and I love the way it turned out. You could obviously add bows or anything else to the sticks if you wanted. I left mine plain, and you can see how they turned out at the end when I decorate my tier tray. You can see everything come together on there. So for this DIY, I am going to take a pumpkin that's actually a part of a banner, and I just, removed 1 pumpkin. I'm going to take a Chalk Couture transfer. If you didn't know, I am a designer for Chalk Couture, and I absolutely love their transfers, and I just got in a whole bunch of autumn themes, and I'm so excited for them. So I'm going to take this one that says Thankful and Blessed, and I love all the little viney pieces on each end. And I'm going to take my paste in orange peel, and I'm going to use just the smallest bit of that onto this transfer. All you got to do is just kind of paint it on there with your little squeegee and then remove the transfer. You can wash the transfer right away so that you can use it multiple times. So easy, and I think it's so much fun. So if you're ever interested, I will always have Chalk Couture listed down in my description box. Then I had these white berries, I believe from Christmas. I just cut a couple pieces off, wrapped them around the end of a paintbrush so they had that spiral look to them. I just pushed them through the holes at the top of my pumpkin, and then I made a bow with this buffalo check ribbon, put some hot glue on the back, glued it to the top middle portion of my pumpkin, and that's it. I think this turned out super cute. Took me maybe 5 minutes to do. It was so easy, and I just think it's adorable. For this DIY, I'm going to take some raffia. So these are the new packs of raffia that they have at the Dollar Tree. I don't know if I like them better than what they had before when they came in a smaller 3-pack. This was just a lot to try to untangle, so it made it a little bit difficult, but all you're going to do is take some raffia strands, and actually the more raffia that you use, the better. I'm going to just make it so that they're all at the end, and then I'm just going to start wrapping it around my hand over and over until you're at the end, where I take another piece of raffia and just tie it in a knot so it's all, you know, secured together. And then I'm going to do that a second time, but I obviously used a lot more raffia this time. I just wrapped it around my hand over and over and over again till I got to the end, and then I'm going to take that piece of raffia and just tie it in a knot so that it all stays in place. And then I'll just tie those two pieces together. Like I said, you'll probably want two of the bigger ones if you want a more thicker pumpkin, but this worked fine for me. The more raffia you do at once, the easier it's going to be. So I just wrapped these two pieces together and hot glued it in the center. And then I just started spreading the raffia out so that it took a more of a pumpkin shape. Just kind of played with it a little bit, and then trimmed up some of the pieces that were sticking out as well. And then I'm also going to take another branch piece and hot glue that in the middle. And then you have yourself a really cute raffia pumpkin. I think this would be so much fun to do in a lot of different colors, make them really big, and put them around your house. I just think they're adorable. For this DIY, I'm going to take these wooden apples that I got in a pack from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to start off by painting them with my Dixie Belle paint in Barn Red. And I just found that it was easiest to hold on to the little stem at the top and then paint the apple towards the bottom and not worry so much about the top, and then go back to the top later after the bottom was dry. And then after I have all my apples painted, I'm going to paint the stems just with my Waverly Wax in Antique. Now I'm going to make a little crate. This didn't turn out perfectly, but I still thought it was really cute. I'm going to take some popsicle sticks and I'm going to use my miter shears to cut them down. And I just used one popsicle stick as a measurement or as a guide for all the other ones, and I just cut a bunch of those down. Then I have this little bucket that I got from Hobby Lobby, just this galvanized bucket. And I thought it was really cute, but I did want more of, you know, a wood crate for my apples to go in. So I just use some super glue and I start super gluing those popsicle sticks down. Now, you can't get them completely side by side, flush side by side, or else the popsicle sticks are going to start going sideways, which I definitely didn't want. So I did have to leave some gaps in the middle, in between the popsicle sticks. But that didn't bother me too much because I am going to cover it up anyway, so it wasn't too big of a deal. But I'm just going to go around the entire thing until I've got all my popsicle sticks on my bucket. And then once that's done, I'm going to take some twine and hot glue that down towards the top. And then I'm just going to start wrapping the twine over and over and over around the top of my crate. Once I get as much twine as I want on there, you know, not any particular amount, just however much you want, however much you think, you know, looks good on your crate. And then I'm just gonna hot glue the end down, and I added some pine cones and some different filler, and then I added my little apples on top, and then that's it. You have this adorable crate filled with apples. I just think this one was so much fun. Now I'm going to go through and decorate my tiered tray, show you how I put it all together. I always mess around with this forever, putting things in all sorts of different places until I get it the way that I think it looks nice. But I just, you know, go through and put everything in there. Really no rhyme or reason to how I do it, just kind of fiddling around with everything till I like the way it's all laid out. And that's it. That's it for these DIYs. I hope that you guys enjoyed them. These are so much fun to do, and I'm excited to put my fall tiered tray out soon. Hopefully within, you know, the middle of this month, I will have my house decorated for fall. Fall is my absolute favorite, so as long as I can drag it out and have the decorations in my house, makes me happy. I'm going to grab 3 different colors of twine, a cream, a brown, and an orange. You can use whatever ones that you want. I'm going to take the twine and I'm going to wrap it around my fingers about 20 times. And you're going to kind of start by making a tassel is the steps for it. I just used this dowel to kind of keep everything nice and even at the top, and I'm going to take some brown twine and wrap it around that top part and tie a double knot, making sure that it's all nice and tight. And then I'll wrap that brown twine around the top portion several times, tying a double knot and then cutting off the excess brown twine. Then I'm just going to cut the bottom like you would a tassel, cutting off the ends and making sure it's all nice and even. And then I'm going to take a dowel that I got from the Dollar Tree. I'm just going to kind of push it in the top and I'm going to cut it down using my miter shears. I just cut it on an angle, added some hot glue, and then pushed it right down into the top portion of that tassel, and now you have a cute little broom. I thought this was so much fun, and I made 3 different ones, like I said, using some orange twine and then just using some brown twine as well. And I just followed the exact same steps for the first one. This was super easy to make, and I just think the broomsticks turned out so cute. You could do all sorts of different colors, whatever you want to match your Halloween decor. I decided for my Halloween tier tray that I wanted to do a little bit of, you know, non-traditional Halloween colors. I had some ribbon that was kind of my inspiration for all the colors for today's video, so I tried sticking with that as best as I could. A lot of yellows, oranges, some blue, and white and black. And then obviously you can make as many of these as you want. Like I said, as many different colors as you want. This was really quick and easy, maybe 5 minutes to make these, and I think that they are absolutely adorable. And just like all of my tier tray videos, remember to stick to the end if you want to see a full close-up of all the finished products all together on my tier tray. For this one, you are going to grab one of these gnome picks that I picked up from the Dollar Tree. They're already putting Christmas stuff out, so that's what I grabbed. And then I'm also going to get one of these witch hat picks, and I just took one out. The piece on top of the hat was already unraveling, so I just took all of that off so that I am left with a bare black hat. Once I have gotten that done, I'm going to take my little gnome guy and I'm going to cut off his hat from his body. I had to use my scissors and just kind of work around it a little bit, but it wasn't too hard to remove that hat. Now I'm going to take some of this ribbon. This, like I said, is the ribbon that I got that inspired the colors for my Halloween tier tray. And I'm going to take some of that, I'm going to cut off a piece, and I'm just going to start by wrapping and gluing it around the top of my witch's hat. And I just kind of folded it in, you know, weird places, just mostly trying to get it to fit around the triangle part, but I also thought that it looked really cute all folded and messed up on the hat. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about when it's all done, but I just started folding it and hot gluing it and folding it and hot gluing it until I got it wrapped around the entire hat. Once that was done, I took one of these sunflowers that you can get in a pack from the Dollar Tree. I just cut off the little stem, and then I'm just going to hot glue that right down to the hat. Now I'm going to take my gnome, and I kind of had to reassemble him a little bit. His beard was falling off, so I just started hot gluing his beard and nose back down to the little styrofoam piece. And then I added some hot glue to his nose and stuck the hat down on there. Added some hot glue to the back of his hat, stuck that there, and then I folded up the brim of his hat with just a little bit of hot glue and hot glued it to the top so it was kind of folded up. And that's it for my Halloween gnome. Next one, you have a haunted house ticket booth, which I thought was so much fun. So I just start by painting all of my pieces. I'm going to use this really pretty blue color from Dixie Belle, and I just go through and give the entire thing just one good coat, and then I just start painting all my other pieces. So this portion for the stand at the bottom, kind of like the table portion. I'm going to paint black. There's a couple bats that I'll paint black, as well as the ticket sign that I paint orange, a ghost that I paint white, and then for all the letters, I paint them a really pretty mustard yellow. And then I'm just going to go through with some gel super glue and assemble my ticket booth. And this is really, really easy to do. I like the gel super glue when I'm assembling my craft kits just because I feel like you get that immediate hold and you're not getting a ton of glue everywhere, especially with the tip of the super glue bottle. It makes it really easy to put glue on there without making a big mess. So I just go through, put on all of my words, and then just start putting on all my other pieces. And that's how easy it is to assemble my craft kits. And the thing that I love most is that you can paint this any way that your heart desires. If you want a more traditional Halloween look, you can do those purples and oranges and blacks, really however you want, but I just think that this turned out super, super cute. And then of course you can't have a tiered tray kit without a garland. I absolutely love doing garlands in my tiered tray kits, and I knew I needed one in this one. So I did a witch's hat, which I think is really cute. You can keep it as plain as you want, but I'm just going to paint the hat black, and then I'm going to take 27 beads that come in your kit, and I'm going to divide it into 3. So I have 9 yellows, 9 oranges, and 9 of the blue color that I just used for my ticket stand. And I'm going to put all the beads on a skewer stick to make them really easy to paint. I'll get all my beads painted, and then I'll take some twine that also comes in your craft kit, and I'm going to string on all of my beads just in a pattern, and then I'll tie on the witch's hat at the end. Like I said, you can leave the witch's hat plain like this. In the end, I decided to take a white marker and do some stitching around the witch's hat. I'll make myself a tassel for the other end, just wrapping that twine around my hand about 20 times, and then taking the excess string on the other side of the garland and tying a double knot to hold that garland on. You'll take another piece of string and wrap it around the top portion of your tassel, tie a double knot, wrap that around as many times as you want, cut off the ends and trim it all up so it's nice and even, and that's all you have to do to make my craft kit garlands. These are so much fun, and again, you can do whatever colors you want to make it match your Halloween decor. And that's it. I will leave my website linked in my description box for you guys to check out. For this DIY, I'm going to take the hay bales that you can get from the Dollar Tree. They come in a 6-pack, and I just thought these were really fun this year, so I'm going to take some of those. I'm also going to take some of these mini pumpkins that I got in a pack from the Target Dollar Spot. I actually really loved the color of these, this more spicy pumpkin color. I really liked it. So I just set out my hay bales in a way that I wanted them to be. As you can see here, I have 2 in the middle, 2 on the sides, and then I'll have 2 on top. So I'm just kind of going through and switching out which ones that I want where, and then I'm just going to start gluing all of my hay bales together. Once I have my hay bales all put together, I'm just going to start hot gluing the pumpkins down where I want them on top of my hay bales. And you can put this in any way that you want. I just kind of messed with the placement of the pumpkins for a little bit. Did 3 on the top and 3 on the bottom until it looked like this. And then to add a little finishing touch, I have these pieces that I got in a big kit from Hobby Lobby. There's all sorts of Halloween little mini wood cutouts, and I grabbed a cat and I painted it black, and then I hot glued it to the front of my pumpkin hay bales. And that is it for this one. For this one, I grabbed some white string. I'm going to wrap it around my hand. Again, about 20 times. You're going to do the same steps as you would do when you're making a tassel. So wrapped it around my hand about 20 times. Then I'm going to wrap around the top portion just like you would when you're making a tassel. And I just tied a double knot right in place. And then I cut off the bottom loops, make sure they are all nice and even by giving it a little haircut. And then I'm going to take some of this white buffalo check ribbon that I had, and I'm just going to cut a little piece off and tie it around that top portion where I tied the string. Now I'm going to follow that step 3 times. Then I'm going to take some black paper. This is all I had, was this buffalo check paper. I'm going to take a hole punch, and I am going to hole punch 6 holes for the eyes of my ghosts. Before I get those eyes on there, I want the top portion to be nice and round where the ghost's head is going to be. So I'm going to take an excess piece of string, and I'm going to tie a knot at the top with that string so that the ghost head is nice and round. And then I'll just go through with some super glue and super glue my eyes down to my ghosts. And then I'm also going to take some yellow felt balls that I had, a big needle that I can string my string through, and then I'm just going to start stringing my felt balls and my ghosts onto this piece of string to make a cute felt ball and ghost banner. And I thought this one turned out really, really fun. For this next one, I'm going to use one of these wood hanging rounds that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I just start by removing this twine and the tag, and I'm going to give it one good coat of Waverly chalk paint in white, and then I'm going to use a Chalk Couture transfer. This one is Halloween, and I thought that the October 31st one was really, really cute. If you haven't ever heard of Chalk Couture, they do transfers and chalk paste, and I'll just show you what I do. You just take the transfer off, you stick it down to your cloth, fuzz it all up, and it's basically like a stencil that you can reuse over and over and over again as long as you take care of it and wash it properly. And I just think these are really fun. If you're ever interested in Chalk Couture, I will always have them listed in my description box. I'm a designer with them, and I could not be more obsessed. So for chalk paste, you could always buy a pack of singles, which honestly, you can use these for a really long time. When you're using chalk paste, you don't need a whole lot. So a lot of times when I use singles, I will just tape them back up so that I can continue to use them. So you could do that, or you could buy the actual big jars of chalk paste, which I'm going to do here. I'm just going to use the black, and I'm going to take my little squeegee tool and apply my chalk paste that way. If you're ever interested in trying Chalk Couture, but you don't want to necessarily invest in everything that you have to invest in when you're buying Chalk Couture, because it can be a little pricey at first, you can always try out with their Club Couture subscription service that you get a monthly transfer and those single paste packs for just $20 a month, which I think is a really good deal if you just want to try them out and you don't want to fully, commit to everything that's Chalk Couture. I just think that's a really great way to get your feet wet and see how you feel about it before purchasing everything. Again, I will always have that linked in my description box. So I'm just going to start by making another tassel, and then I'm going to string on 4 wooden beads that I get in a pack off of Amazon. I just get that onto my string, and then I just string through my little tassel and bead piece through that hole at the top of the wooden round, tie a knot, and that's it for this one. I think this turned out super cute. I'm going to take some of these treat bags from the Dollar Tree. They are jack-o'-lantern, and I just thought that these were really cute. I knew I wanted to do a DIY with them, so I'm going to take one of these chalkboard stands that you can also get from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to start by cutting the bottom of the bag off and then cutting a slit through the back so that I can unfold the bag. I'm going to just hot glue the bag right down to the front of my chalkboard stand, making sure that the jack-o'-lantern face is right centered in the middle. And then I just go through and hot glue all the sides down to the back, making sure that everything is nice and tight. And I just get everything hot glued, cut off the excess material where I need to, and fold over that top and hot glue that down. And then I'm going to take some of these bats from that same Hobby Lobby pack of Halloween cutouts, and I am going to paint them black. I ended up only using one. And then I'm going to take one of those same sunflowers that I used in a previous project. I cut one of those off. And then I'm going to take some twine and wrap it around the top of my little pumpkin stand. And I just wrapped it around a couple times, and then I'm just going to tie a simple bow with 2 loops and then tying them together. I hot glue the flower down next to the bow, and then I'm going to hot glue the bat at a bottom corner, and that is it for this really cute pumpkin jack-o'-lantern stand. Now this one I thought was really fun, so I'm going to take these wood pieces that you can get from the Dollar Tree now. The Dollar Tree near me has been carrying a whole lot of scrap wood pieces like this that I think are really fun. So I'm just going to take 2 of them, and I'm going to start by painting both of them white, the back, the sides, everything, just one good coat of white Waverly chalk paint. Now again, I'm going to take some of my chalk Decor transfers. This is a Halloween bundle, and I thought that there were so many cute sayings and cute pictures, so I just cut out 2 that I wanted to use. I'm going to fuzz them on the back so that they don't stick too much to my white paint. And then I will put the transfers on top of my little squares, and I just put them on there where I want them. I put a spell on you, I put towards the top, and the jack-o'-lantern I put towards the middle. Again, you could use the Halloween paste pack if you wanted. I'm just going to use the paste that I have. I have this yellow glitter one that I thought was really cute, and I'll just use my little squeegee tool to apply that paste, and then I will remove the transfer, and I just think that this turned out so cute. I'm going to do the same thing for the jack-o'-lantern, and I'm going to take my shimmer pumpkin color and I'm going to apply the paste to that, and then I'll just remove the transfer. And that's all you have to do to get these really cute pieces. I just think that they're adorable, and then I always make sure to wash my transfers right away so that I can reuse them for a different project. Now, to finish these up, for the jack-o'-lantern one, I'm going to take some twine, wrap it around the bottom and the top, and I just tied the knots in the back. And that's all you have to do for that one. Really simple. I love the finishing look that the twine gives it. And then for the I Put a Spell on You, I took this same ribbon that is kind of the theme for my video, and I just cut it down. I unraveled the ends to make it look really messy and frayed, and then I'm just going to hot glue that down at the bottom, wrapping the sides around to the back of my little plaque. And then I'm going to take some twine, wrap that around on top of the ribbon about 2 times, and then tying a bow right in the middle. And that's it for this one. Really fun and super cute. Now, if you don't have chalk couture, another option that you could do is take some Dollar Tree window clings. I found these ones that I thought were really fun for Halloween, and I'm going to take that same little wooden plaque that you can get from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to paint it completely black. Once it's all painted and dry, I'm going to take one of these window clings and I'm going to Mod Podge it to the front of my wooden piece. I'll get it all nice and stuck down there on the back, and then I will go over the entire thing with Mod Podge on the front just to make sure it's completely stuck down there. And then to finish that one off, I just did some twine at the top and bottom, and that's it for this one. Now for this next DIY, I thought this one was so fun. I'm going to take one of these wooden frames that you can get for $1 at Michael's. I just removed the twine hanger from the back. And then I found a sign with this truck cutout at the Target dollar spot. I took that from the sign and I'm going to paint it in this blue color from Dixie Belle. I thought this was really fun. I'll put the name of the color in my description box below, so if you're interested you can check that out. And I just started by painting the entire truck. I put some washi tape down at the bottom of the pumpkin so I could make sure that I got a nice clean edge. I just went through and painted it. I avoided any of the engraved lines so that could give more detail to my truck. And then I'm going to paint the pumpkins with a spicy orange color from Craftsmart, and I will paint the wheels in black from Waverly. I'm going to take one of the cat cutouts from that Hobby Lobby pack and a bat, and I'm going to paint both of them black. And then I'm going to take some tumbling tower pieces. I'm going to take 4 of them. I'm going to glue them in a set of 2, and then I'll hot glue those to the back of my truck to make this sign a little bit more 3D, and then I'll hot glue the truck down inside of my sign. I'll hot glue the bat to the top corner and the cat to the bottom corner, and that's it for this DIY. For this one, I thought you couldn't go without a black flame candle for a Halloween tiered tray set. So I'm going to take one of these LED candles from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to remove the plastic all around it, and then I'm going to take my hot glue gun and I'm just going to start putting hot glue all around the top. It just kind of drips down the candle, which I think is really fun. And the more hot glue you put in one place, the bigger of a drip that you're gonna get. So I just did this all around. I just kind of messed with, how much glue I was putting where so that I could get longer drips. And I just did this over and over until I got it the way that I wanted it. Once that hot glue is all dry, I'm just going to take my Waverly chalk paint and ink, and I gave it one good coat. I painted the outside and the inside, even the little flame in the middle, and that's it for this one. I think this turned out really, really adorable. For this DIY, I'm going to take my Craft Smart stain in brown, and then I'm also going to take this scrap piece of wood. This was about 3 inches long, 3/4 of an inch thick, and then about an inch in width, and I did drill 2 small holes on either end. You could also use those tumbling tower blocks from the Dollar Tree. I wanted something a little bit bigger than that, so I just went to my garage and found a scrap piece of wood. I'm going to go ahead and stain this block in the Craft Smart stain, and then I'm just going to use a paper towel to wipe off all the excess. I'm going to take this garland that I got from Hobby Lobby during the Christmas season. I'm going to measure out how long that I want it. This is going to be a little swing for my tiered tray. I want it to hang from the first level down to the middle level, so I just measured about where I wanted it to hit. I just pushed those ends through those little holes, and then I'm going to take my pliers and just twist those ends up and kind of clamp them together so that they're secure and they're not going to come back through the hole. Now, to go along with that, if you know me and you've watched my tier tray videos, you know I have to have a gnome for my tier tray. So I found this faux fur at Hobby Lobby for $3.49, and I'm just going to use a little styrofoam ball for the gnome's body. I trace out how much fur I need, and then everybody said to cut out your fur using a small pair of scissors, which I finally did. You can be so proud of me that I upgraded from, you know, doing it the hard way to just using the scissors. So you're just going to cut just the material in the back, making sure that you're not cutting through to the fur. To wrap my gnome's body, I'm just going to take this scrap piece of fabric that I had, and I'm going to wrap it all the way around that styrofoam ball. And then you could use a rubber band, really anything that you want. I just took some string and I wrapped it around the top and secured the fabric in place. Once I've got it all secured, I'm going to go ahead and cut off the excess fabric. Now for the shape of the hat, I just got this brown craft paper. It's a little bit more sturdy than regular paper, and I just hot glued it into the shape of a cone, and then I'm going to go ahead and cut off the bottom piece so that it's all nice and level. I'm going to go ahead and hot glue his beard down to the body. I want to make sure that it's up far enough that when I put the hat on, it's going to cover that top part of his beard. Now for the hat, I'm going to take this green felt that I got from Hobby Lobby, and I'm just going to start hot gluing it down to the hat. I just kind of rolled it on there and then hot glued it in place. I'm going to do the same thing that I did with the brown paper. I'm going to trim off the excess on the bottom, and I wanted to make sure that that brown paper wasn't going to show. I did make sure that the felt was a little bit longer than the paper was. I'm going to hot glue his hat to his body. I just added some hot glue in the hat, and then I'm just going to push it on top of his body. For the nose, I am just going to use a small bead that I got off of Amazon. I'm going to hot glue that right into the middle of his body, and then I'm also going to put a little dab of hot glue on the top of the nose and pull that felt down over his nose. Now to jazz him up just a little bit more, I'm going to take some twine and I'm going to tie a knot in the back and then just do a random crisscross pattern on his hat and then just secure it again with a knot in the back. And that is it for this super adorable gnome and swing. I absolutely love this idea for my tiered tray. I can imagine making a swing for every season for a different seasoned gnome. I'm so excited for this. For this next DIY, I'm going to take this sign that I got from the Dollar Tree. I'm just going to go ahead and start taking it apart. And a huge thank you to Emily from Emily Long Designs. She was kind enough to send me some winter files that she had created. They are absolutely beautiful. I'll link her Etsy in the description box below. If you're looking for farmhouse designs, she has absolutely gorgeous ones. Emily was also kind enough to give me a coupon code for all of you guys. So if you head over to her shop, use the code Liz Moore for 20% off. It's good for everything in the shop and it has no end date. So once I got my sign all taken apart, I'm going to take that back piece and I'm going to trace it out on a piece of scrapbook paper. I'm going to cut that scrapbook paper out, and then using a glue stick, I'm going to go ahead and secure it to the back of my sign. For the frame, I'm going to go ahead and take my Waverly chalk paint and plaster, and I'm going to give that a good 2 coats using my heat gun in between coats. It was a little bit difficult to cover up that blue, so I made sure to take my time and put multiple coats on there. Now I'm going to take that design that Emily sent to me. I think this is absolutely adorable. I love all the words on there. It just explains my kind of winter perfectly. Hot chocolate, fuzzy socks, fireplace cuddles, and good books. Yes, I love it. That is what I am all about. So when I saw that, I knew that I had to do a DIY with it. So again, I'll link her Etsy shop and her social media down in the description box below. I'll also link the bundle that this came in down below so that you can go straight to it and get this design for yourself. You don't necessarily need a cutting machine to make cute signs like this. You can download these designs, print them out, and then use a transfer method by scribbling on the back and then flipping it over to the front and outlining all of your words and going back in and drawing them in. Or you could use carbon transfer paper. So don't feel like you have to go out and buy a Cricut to have cute designs like this. All you really need is a printer. I'm going to cut my design out into a circle so that it can fit down into my sign, and then I'm going to rub that decal onto my paper, remove the transfer tape, and this sign is done. I absolutely love the way that it turned out. I was able to pop the backing right back into the frame, no problem. And I love that I was able to take a $1 item from the Dollar Tree and turn it into something that you could purchase at Home Goods or Hobby Lobby, just something that looks way more expensive than $1. For this DIY, I cut one of those long skinny signs that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I cut them into 3 4-inch pieces, and I'm going to start by painting them with my Waverly chalk paint in moss. That's kind of where I got the theme for today's video, using that moss color. I love this color for winter. It just feels so woodsy and like I'm walking through a forest in the snow, and I just loved it. So I went ahead and painted all 3 blocks in that color. I did have to do a couple of coats to get that blue to cover up. Once I've got those all dry, I'm going to go ahead and use my hot glue to stack these all on top of each other. I did use a wood glue hot glue so that they would stay stuck together for a really long time. So I'm just going to use my paint and kind of touch up where I need it. And then I cut this decal out using my Cricut. This one was designed by me, so I will have a free printable for this one in my description box below. Again, just using my Expressions vinyl transfer tape, I cut each word out individually, and then I just started applying everything to the right side. So I just put warm and then winter and wishes on the last one. Just ripped those on there and then peeled that transfer tape off. Once I've got those on there, I'm going to take this ribbon that I got from Hobby Lobby. I'm going to wrap it around my little faux book stack, and then I'm going to hot glue it together in the back. I'm going to take some twine. I'm going to tie a simple little bow. And then I'm going to hot glue that right to the front of that ribbon, cut off the excess, and that's it for this project. For this next one, I'm going to take a little pail that you can get in a 2-pack from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to take my Waverly chalk paint and ink, and I'm going to give the entire thing a good 2 coats. And then I did paint about halfway down inside the pail itself. I painted both of the ends of the little handle because you would be able to see those, and I wanted them to match with the rest of the pail. For the rest of the handle, I took some twine. I added just a touch of hot glue to one end, and then I'm just going to go through and start wrapping that twine all the way around the handle till I get to the other side. And then when I get to the other side, I'm just going to add another dot of hot glue, wrap that twine around a couple more times, and then cut off the excess. I am going to reattach the handle back over to the pail. Then I'm going to take this chalk marker from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to write 5 cents on the front. Then I'm going to add some white pom-poms to the pail to make them look like snowballs, and I thought this was so stinking cute. For this DIY, you're going to take some wooden dowels that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I grabbed 3 of them out, and I'm going to use my miter shears to start cutting those dowels apart. I am going to make a ladder, so you're just going to measure how tall you want your ladder to be. You're going to cut 2 pieces for the sides of the ladder, and then you're going to measure 4 pieces for the rungs of the ladder. And this is all about how big you want your ladder to be, how tall, how skinny. I just measured out from the bottom tier of my tray to the middle tier, and then use those measurements to make my ladder. So once I've got all 6 pieces cut out, I'm going to take my sandpaper to smooth down all the edges of each piece. Now I'm going to start by hot gluing my ladder together. To make the sides as even as possible, I just used another piece of a dowel to get them lined up straight. And then I'm going to add some hot glue to each side of the dowels, and I'm going to hot glue those down to the sides of my ladder. And I'm going to repeat that step for all 4 rungs. Now to give it a little bit more strength and sturdiness, I'm going to take some twine and I'm just going to start wrapping them around each rung on each end where they're connecting with those side pieces. I'm going to tie a knot, add some glue, kind of do a crisscross pattern to it, and then secure the end with some more hot glue. And I just repeated those steps for each side of each rung of my ladder. Once I have that done, I'm going to take this little wreath that you can get from Hobby Lobby. It was $1.99. I got it 50% off, so I paid $1 for this. I'm going to use some twine to loop it around the wreath and then tie it to the top of my ladder. And that is it for this project. Now again, if you've seen my tiered tray videos, you know I have to have a beaded garland on my tiered tray for every season. A gnome and a garland, it's just a must in my opinion. You have to have one. I feel like a garland just adds so much more texture and length to your tiered tray, so I had to have one. So I am going to go ahead and paint my beads that I got from Amazon with my Waverly chalk paint and moss. I took 15 of these beads, and then I'll be using 15 natural wood beads. I just left them in their natural wood color. I did not paint them. And then I'm going to take one of these wooden trees that I got from the Dollar Tree. It had a little star on the top. I didn't want that, so I just took a popsicle stick to make a straight line on that tree to cut that little star off, and I just used a blade that I got from the Dollar Tree. Now I sanded those rough edges down, and I did take that tree out to my garage and drill a hole in the top of the tree. So I'm just going to start assembling my garland, just doing a pattern of green in the natural, green, natural. You can see what I'm doing here, and I'm just stringing it onto a piece of jute. So in total, I had 30 beads on this garland. Now I'm going to take my Craftsmart stain in brown, and I'm going to stain the front and back of this tree with that stain using a paper towel to wipe off the excess. Now I'm just going to tie a double knot on one end of my garland to that tree. So then to make my tassel, I'm going to take a piece of cardboard. This is about 5 inches, and I'm going to wrap my twine around that cardboard about 15 times. Once I've got that all wrapped around, I'm going to slowly remove it from the cardboard. I'm going to take a piece of this ribbon, measure out to the length of the tassel. I'm just going to wrap the ribbon on top of the twine tassel. Then I'm going to take another piece of twine and start tying it around the top portion of your tassel. And then I'm going to wrap that twine around the top portion probably about 5 or 6 times, and then I'll just tie a knot in the back. And then to finish off the bottom, I'm just going to go ahead and cut all of those loops, and then I'm just going to trim the entire thing, including the ribbon, so that it's all nice and even. I'm going to go ahead and string my tassel through the other end of my garland, tie it in a knot, and then that is it for my winter garland. For this DIY, I'm going to take 2 popsicle sticks. I'm going to start by cutting both of the ends off so you have a flat end. I'm going to take this galvanized piece of scrapbook paper that I got from Hobby Lobby. You can get them in just the single sheets. I'm going to cut out a little square, and then I'm going to start folding it back and forth so it has galvanized metal ridges to it. And you're going to cut 4 pieces out just like that. I'm going to take my hot glue and hot glue one of the ends on. Now you'll want to add your main scrapbook paper to your popsicle stick before you add these little galvanized pieces on. So just skip that step and do this step first. So I'm just taking this scrapbook paper. Again, I got this paper in a pack from Hobby Lobby, and I am going to measure it out so that I have 1 piece for each of my popsicle sticks. I'm going to use my glue stick to glue down the scrapbook paper on top of the popsicle stick. And then once those are dry, I'm just taking my sandpaper to smooth out all the edges of that scrapbook paper, anything that was hanging over, just getting that off. And then I'm going to go ahead and add my little galvanized pieces to each end of the popsicle sticks. Now, I was so not in frame when I tried doing this, but you're just going to trim the paper to the popsicle sticks. So where the 2 rounded sides, you're going to cut that paper into a round shape, just like the popsicle stick. And then for your other sides, you're just going to cut them into a square like they are on the other ends. So if you can't tell by now, we are making skis. So I'm going to take these 2 skewer sticks, I'm going to cut them down to size, and then again I'm going to take my Craft Smart stain in brown and I'm going to stain both of the skewer sticks. Once those are dry, I'm going to take 2 small beads that fit pretty snugly onto the skewer sticks. I'm just going to put those right at the top. I'm going to hot glue my skis together in a cross. And then for the bottom of those poles, I'm going to take some twine and I'm going to tie a knot to it and then just wrap it around a couple of times and then retie it in another knot to secure that in place. Now to attach everything together, I'm going to take some more twine. I am going to cross those poles right in the middle of the skis, and then I'm going to wrap the twine around the middle of it just a couple of times, bring it to the front, and then tie a double knot in the front. And that's it for my popsicle stick skis. For this DIY, I'm going to take these little wood branches that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I just went through and pulled out a bunch. I wanted to make a couple little wood piles out of them, so I just went through and found 6 pieces that matched up pretty well together. Now, I wanted these to look more like birchwood, so I took my Waverly chalk paint in white and gave all 6 pieces a heavy dry brushing. I didn't want to cover them up completely. I wanted some of that wood to show through, some of that texture. So I went through and painted all 6 pieces of wood. Now, to give it a little bit more texture and dimension, I'm going to take some black Waverly chalk paint. I'm going to paint all of the knots really heavily, and then I'm just going to go through and draw little slashes on them, just little paint marks here and there, so it looks more kind of like that birchwood look. If that makes any sense. I tried. I thought it turned out pretty well in the end. You could probably do this a little bit better than I can, but for the first time trying to recreate the look of birchwood, I thought I did a pretty decent job. After those were all dry, I'm just going to stack up my wood and use some twine to tie them all together. I just wrapped it around again in just a very random cross pattern and then secured it again by tying a double knot. and I did this to both pieces of my little wood piles, and I thought these were so cute. I love the look of birchwood. I think it goes perfectly with a winter theme, so I love the way that these turned out. Now this DIY is super easy. You're going to take your leftover bottle brushes. I got some from the Dollar Tree and from Hobby Lobby. I'm going to take these scrap wood circles that I had, and I just wanted to add a little bit more surface area to the bottom of my trees so that they would stand up a little taller, and then also so that I could wrap my burlap around them. So I'm just going to take this burlap that I got from burlapfabric.com. I will link them in the description box below, and I'm just going to cut myself down a piece so that I can wrap it around the bottom. I'm going to take some white string and tie them onto my tree. I just wrapped that string around there a couple times and then did another double knot to secure it in place. And that's all you're going to do to all of your trees. I think this is so cute to add just a little something different to your trees so they're not just sitting there. They look like they're in some sort of basket or bucket with that burlap wrapped around them. I love going to Hobby Lobby during the Christmas time and finding all their little trees wrapped with the burlap bottom. So I was able to recreate my own, and I thought they turned out super cute. For this DIY, you are going to grab yourself a little jar. I grabbed mine from Dollar Tree, from the Valentines section that they had. I removed that label, and then for the lid, I just painted it in my Waverly chalk paint and ink. Although the pink was very cute, it was not going to match my winter theme, so I just gave that a good 2 coats. I am going to fill the jar with this faux snow that I got from Hobby Lobby. So I'm just going to fill the entire jar full of that faux snow. I'm going to add my lid back onto it, and then I'm going to take this ribbon again and wrap it around that lid, and I'm going to hot glue it in place so that the ribbon is just going over that very bottom rim of the lid. I'm going to tie a simple jute bow, hot glue that to my ribbon, and that's it for my little jar of snow. I'm going to take one of these wooden frames that come in a 6-pack for $5.99 from Hobby Lobby. I'm going to take one out and I'm going to remove the little hanger from the top. All you have to do is just twist it off of there. And I love that you can take the backing out of this. That's one of my favorite parts. It makes DIYing this really, really simple and easy. So I just take the back out. I'm going to take this buffalo check vinyl that I got from Dollar Tree and I just cut this down to size from the back. I'm going to peel the backing off and then just lay it down on top of the back, and then I'll just take my scissors and trim off any of the excess that is around the back. And then for the frame, I'm going to use my Waverly Wax and Antique to stain it. I'll just put the backing back into the frame, and then I'm going to take one of these snowman ornaments from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to start by painting him completely white, and then I will go back in with a paint pen and paint his nose in an orange color, and then I do take my Waverly chalk paint in ink and paint his hat black. I'm going to take a piece of ribbon that I had, this cute buffalo check ribbon, and I'm just going to tie it around the snowman's neck and give it a good double knot, and then I'll trim the ribbon down. I wanted to make him look like he was wearing a little scarf, and then I'm just going to hot glue him down to the middle of the sign. I'm going to take a piece of a Christmas pick that I had and I just cut it up into little pieces. I'm going to hot glue it to the top of his hat, and then I also took a red berry off of a pick that I had and I just hot glued that right to the middle at the top of his hat, and that just finishes him off, gives him a cute finishing touch, and that is it for my cute snowman sign. As always with my tier tray videos, make sure that you stick around till the end of the video where I'm going to show you all the final pieces and how I put them on my tier tray. For this DIY, I'm going to take one of these Christmas craft ornaments that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to take some burlap ribbon. I want to say that I got this from Michael's last year, and I just cut off enough that I could wrap it all the way around that bottom lid. And then I'm going to take the little cap off of the top, and I wanted to make it look a little less shiny, so I'm just going to take a sponge and some of my steel color chalk paint from Waverly, and I'm just going to kind of dab that all over and get that shiny metal look off of it. Then I'm going to take that ribbon and that lid, and I'm just going to hot glue the ribbon all the way around the lid. Now I'm going to take these mini trees. I got these from Hobby Lobby, but you can find these at the Dollar Tree as well. And then I also grabbed these berry ties that I also got from Hobby Lobby, but I cut all the berries off and I just started hot gluing these on my trees. I wanted my trees to have a little bit more color in them so they weren't so plain, so I just started hot gluing the little berries to all 4 of my trees. Once I have those on there, I'm just going to start hot gluing my trees down to the lid, and I just did 4 trees, 2 of the big ones and 2 of the small ones. And then I took my cap for the top, added some hot glue to the middle, and then added my little cap to the top of my little snow globe. Now I'm going to take some of this faux snow that you can get from Dollar Tree. They have a couple different kinds, and I actually prefer the one that's kind of iridescent and shiny versus these little ball type ones. But this is all I had on hand, so I just put a little bit of that in there, just enough to cover the base of the trees, and then I just added my lid and the trees back into the top. And then I'm going to take one of these little sticker snowflakes that come in a pack from the Dollar Tree. I just took a white paint pen, and I'm just going to paint the entire thing white. I do prefer paint pens when it comes to these little wood stickers, just because it's a lot easier to paint them that way. I'll leave a link in my description box. I just got these off of Amazon. You could also get the Arteza ones, which I also think are really nice when you're painting these little pieces. And then I'm just going to add some hot glue to the back of it, and then I just hot glue it right to the front of my little snow globe. And then lastly, I'm going to take some more of that ribbon that I put on the bottom. I just tied it in a knot at the bottom so there was a little loop. So it looked like it had a little hanger at the top. And then I'm just going to hot glue that down to the top of my snow globe. And that is it for this DIY. Now for my craft kit pieces that I'm going to be using in my tier tray today, I'm going to start out with my little sled that comes in my winter kit, and I just start staining the back portion with my Waverly Wax and Antique. And then for the front of the sled, the part that you sit on, I'm going to be painting that in my Waverly Chalk Paint in White, and I just gave everything a good one coat. And then it comes with a wreath. So for the wreath portion, I'm going to take my Waverly Chalk Paint in Moss, and I just gave that one good coat. And there's also a bow that's going to go on top of it, and I just painted that with a red acrylic paint. Next, you're just going to start assembling your piece. So you're going to take the piece that you sit on. I just used some gel super glue, which works fantastic for my craft kits. And I'm just going to put that little seat portion over the back, and then I'm going to take my wreath, super glue that down, and then super glue my bow on top of the wreath. And then this kit also comes with a little bit of twine that you can add for the handle of your sled. I just loop those through the holes in the top and then just tie a knot so it keeps it nice and sturdy, and then I just cut off the excess, and that is how easy this sled craft kit is to put together. And then for my second craft kit, this is a Christmas house that comes in my Christmas kit. And I just start by painting the entire house with my Waverly Chalk Paint in White. I just gave this one good coat, and then I'm going to move on to the rest of the pieces, and I'm just going to stain these with my Waverly Wax and Antique. The only pieces that I did not stain in this was the door and the wreath and the bow, which the door is going to be painted with some red acrylic paint. The wreath is going to be painted with some green chalk paint, and then the bow is going to be painted with some gold metallic paint. And then I just start assembling all my pieces. So again, you can paint this in whatever colors that you want, whatever color scheme that you're going for. And then after you're done painting, you're just going to assemble your pieces. You'll add your roof and then the other roof details, adding the little window details below all the windows. And then you'll add your door and your wreath and bow. All of this is so easy to do, and I love how customizable it is to your own home decor. I just think that these are so much fun. They are on my website, moredecalanddecor.com. I'll also leave a link in my description. If you're interested, you can go see all the other pieces that I have available in these craft kits so that you can snag them up. For this DIY, I'm going to take one of these wood crates that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to start by giving it one coat of my Waverly Chalk Paint in White, just around the entire thing. And then I'm going to take one of these round sponges that you can get from the Dollar Tree, and I dipped it in my black chalk paint, and I'm going to start by making a snowman face. So I just did 2 eyes at the top, and I kind of messed around with how I did this the best way to get, symmetrical circles. I just kind of spinned my sponge around a little bit to make sure that the paint got on there nice and even. And then for the mouth, I just flipped over my sponge and used the back of the sponge so that I could get smaller circles, and I just used that for the mouth of the snowman. And then for the nose, I just free-handed this with a orange paint pen, and I was actually pleasantly surprised with how this one turned out. I was pretty proud of myself. And then I just filled it in with some orange acrylic paint, and I did have to do a couple coats because the acrylic paint is a little bit more thin than chalk paint. So I just did a couple coats to get that nice and opaque. And then I just took the back of a pencil to do the little whites of his eyes. And I'm just going to take the back of that pencil, dip it into some paint, and then put it right on the eyes of my snowman. Now, I wanted to wrap some ribbon around this, but my buffalo check ribbon was just a tad bit too big, so I did cut this down quite a bit so that I can wrap it around my crate, and I just hot glue it on the inside, and then just wrap the other side around and hot glue that side down as well. And then I found these buffalo check hat ornaments from Walmart for $1.98. They came in a 3-pack. It did have a little clip on the back that I removed, and then I'm just going to hot glue this on top of my crate so it looks like my snowman has a little hat. And then I'm going to take some Christmas picks that I also got from Walmart, and I just kind of cut this down into a couple different pieces. And then I'm going to hot glue this to the top of my crate. And then I added a couple berries on from a different pick. And that's it for this DIY. I think he turned out so dang cute. For this DIY, I'm going to take one of these wood trucks that you can get from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to start by painting the entire thing red. This is the Barn Red from Dixie Belle, which I absolutely love the Dixie Belle paint, and I only had to do one coat for this entire thing. Now make sure that you paint the other side of the truck as well, because you will be able to see the inside, so I just made sure to paint the inside of the truck red as well. And then I'm going to take my Waverly Wax and Antique, and that's what I used for that wood bed portion of the truck on the front and on the back. And then for the wheels, again, just taking a paint pen in black, and I'm just going to color all of the wheels black. And then once I'm done with that, really simple, I'm just going to take one of these bottle brush trees that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I didn't have to glue it or anything because it fit in there pretty nice and tight. And then I'm going to take one of these little wreaths that I got in a pack from Hobby Lobby, but I just grabbed one of those and hot glued it to the door of my truck. And that is it for this DIY. For this DIY, I'm going to take 3 of these wood ornament trees that you can get in a pack from the Dollar Tree. And I know that they have a couple different styles of trees this year. This one and then another one where there's holes all over in it. So I just grabbed these ones with the stars on. I'm going to paint 2 of them in my Waverly chalk paint in moss. And then I'm going to paint 1 of them in my Waverly chalk paint in white. And then for the stars and the base of the tree, I'm going to paint that with my Waverly Wax and Antique. And then I'm going to grab 3 of the tumbling tower pieces that you can get from the Dollar Tree. And I'm also going to stain these with my Waverly Wax and Antique. Now I'm going to take some of this glitter berry garland that I got from Hobby Lobby, and I'm going to do the same thing to both of my green trees. I just took a piece of that garland, and then I'm going to just wrap it around my tree. No rhyme or reason to how I do it. I just take my garland and wrap it around, and then I hot glue the ends to the back. And then for my white tree, I'm going to take one of these wreaths that I got in a pack from Hobby Lobby, and I'm just going to hot glue that right to the front. Now I'm going to take some white twine that I got from Michael's. I'm going to hot glue it to the back of each tree around the base, and then I'm just going to wrap that around about 3 times and then hot glue it to the back of the tree. This is just going to add a little bit more surface area so that when I hot glue this down to the Jenga block that it's more sturdy. So I just do this to all 3 trees and then hot glue them all down to the Jenga block pieces. And that's it for this DIY. Really simple and easy, and you can decorate them however you want them to look to match your own decor for your tier tray. I just think these ones turned out super cute. This one is really quick and easy. All you're going to do is take a total of 8 tumbling tower pieces and you're going to glue them in 2 sets of 4. So you're just going to hot glue them all in a line. And like I said, you're going to do this twice. So you'll have 2 of them with 4 pieces each. And then you're going to take your Waverly chalk paint in white, and I'm going to give the entire thing one good coat. And then I found these little mini ornaments from Walmart. I just thought that these were absolutely adorable. They were $1.98, which I thought was a really good deal. And I'm going to take 2 of them, and I'm just going to hot glue them both down to the middle of our little Jenga block tumbling tower pieces, whatever you want to call them. I just hot glue them right in the middle, and then I take these pre-made little bows that I got from Hobby Lobby. I'm going to hot glue these to the top of both, and that's all you have to do for these ones. I think these turned out really cute, and they literally took me maybe 5 minutes to do. For this DIY, I'm going to take 2 pieces of 1x2. These actually came from the 1x2 pieces that you can get from the Dollar Tree now. I just took this outside to my saw and cut down 2 different pieces, one just being longer than the other. It doesn't really matter the measurements, I just kind of eyeballed it, just made sure that one piece was longer than the other. Now I'm going to start by painting all of this black from my Waverly chalk paint and ink. I just covered the entire thing in one good coat of this paint. Once that's all nice and dry, I am going to distress the pieces with some sandpaper, and I did make sure to just do 3 of the sides and not the second longer side, so that it all looked nice and cohesive. I'm going to take some hot glue and hot glue the 2 non-distressed sides together. I'm going to take a piece of this buffalo check scarf that I got from the Dollar Tree. I just cut a good portion of this out, and then I'm going to tie this around the top. So as you can tell now, we are making a little snowman hat. So I just take that scarf, double knot it at the front. I did end up switching it to the back so the knot was in the back, because I am going to hot glue some pieces of some Christmas picks down. I just hot glued that to the top side, and then I did take an excess piece of the scarf and I just tied it in a knot so the knot was right in the middle, and I am going to hot glue that over the bottom of those pieces of those Christmas picks. And then I'm also going to take some red berries and I just hot glue that to the front as well. And that's it for this one. You have a cute snowman hat. For this DIY, I grabbed one of these lanterns that I had from Dollar Tree. I had this for quite a while in my stash actually, and I wanted to use it up, so I'm going to start by just taking it all apart. I took the ring off the top, and then you can also pop out the bottom and pop out the little light from the bottom as well. I took these outside, gave it a couple good coats of some flat black spray paint, and then I went through this bag of bells that I had, and I tried finding all the small ones, and the small ones are just gonna fall out anyways, so I just grabbed some white and rusty ones and put those into my lantern, and then added the bottom and the light back to the lantern, and then I just kind of messed around with the bells a little bit, kind of made it so that they went all around the light. And then I am just going to take a Christmas pick. I just kind of pulled a couple pieces off, cut them down so that they weren't so big on my lantern, and then I'm just going to hot glue 2 pieces to the top of my lantern. And then I'll take these bows that I got from Walmart, and I just hot glued one of those right down to the middle, and that's it for this DIY. You have this really cute Christmassy lantern. So moving on to assembling my tiered tray, I always start out with all of my pieces just on my table, and then I start adding everything into my tiered tray. I'm going to move things around about 1 billion times before I get it the way that I like it. And then all the other pieces that you see me putting into my tiered tray that I didn't show previously are from my craft kits to just kind of fill in the empty spaces. I personally enjoy my tiered trays really full looking. That's just how I like it, so I add as much as I can into there. You can obviously add as much or as little to your tiered tray as you prefer. I know some people like them sparse. You can do that, or you can make it look more full. It's just up to your personal preference. So I'm just going to go through and add in all my pieces, and this is how my tiered tray turned out.
And that is it for today's video. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. I hope that you have made it this far. If you have, I will put a little coupon code up on the screen for you right here. Enjoy 10% off of my website. Don't forget to subscribe before you guys leave. Give this video a big thumbs up if you enjoyed it, and I will see you in my next one. Bye.